It's your birthday. It's your birthday too. This is so nice of you, Gina. Thank you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Almost.
Okay.
There you go.
This phone is being very, very delayed. It's still showing my starting screen, so give me a second to catch up.
Sure.
But, hello. Oh my gosh, happy birthday.
Hi. Thank you. Here's a Gina.
Yeah.
Gotta do your shoulders. Yay.
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Everybody's so excited for this.
Oh, that's cool. It's fun to have a birthday. I wasn't looking forward to it, but I've had a really good day. Had a real good day. Yeah, my mom was, well, I told her she's going to have to do something else for my birthday because she's that sweet to me every single day, you know? So it's like, how am I special? You're going to have to start yelling at me or something, you know, to mark the holiday. She's great.
Right.
She made me a pistachio cake, and we had prime rib, and she bought me this. Can you see this blanket? She bought me this blanket that I've been wanting forever. Isn't that cool?
Nice.
I know, right?
That is super nice.
It's so soft, Gina. It's so soft. Very soft. Yeah.
All right, I think my phone's almost caught up. It's still showing my intro video.
Really?
I'm having to look at you through my phone because this phone is being so delayed.
That's how this is, yeah.
It did not like the intro video.
Oh, I loved the intro video. I loved it.
No.
I loved the little...
And I realized like a half an hour ago, I was like, I should have made a special birthday one.
No, you
just for tonight, but...
Cool happy birthday things. No, you made it great. And I really appreciate it. I did. I really appreciate it. I've been looking forward to it all day long. This is my favorite part. Yeah.
Me too. Oh my gosh, me too. Everybody's been so excited.
That's cool. Oh, this family. They're good to everybody, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm afraid to highlight chat because everybody's telling you happy birthday. I know you can't see chat, but everybody's wishing you happy birthday.
Oh, thank you so much.
I'm afraid to highlight chat right now because my phone is still behind.
Sure. No, that's okay.
Let me try maybe backing out and getting back in. So you'll be up here alone for a second.
Uh-oh. Okay.
Maybe. Hold on. I got to figure out how to back out without ending the stream. Still new to this hosting thing.
Oh, you're doing great. Your phone's just giving you grief.
Yeah. It's my old phone, so that's also... And it's weird. I've deleted, like, all the apps from it. So it's not like it's full of storage or anything.
Right.
Maybe if I just hit the back button. Technical difficulties, everyone. Sorry. Guess. Riley, get out.
See, I can see chat if I push a button, but if I do that, when I try to come back, I can't remember which one, and I'll lose the stream. I did that before on Hank. Oh, hello, I'm by myself now. Thank you, everybody, for coming. This is my favorite part of the day. I've been looking forward to it all day long because of y'all. Absolutely love y'all. Make me happy. You know, in my life, I was just kind of, well, I won't get into that on my birthday, but I wasn't doing so well, you know. And I got back fell into the fish family, you know, and have been here for, I don't know, 2 years maybe. And I just really love y'all. It's an amazing community. I know I'm not telling you anything you don't already know because it really is fantastic. I appreciate y'all. And thank you for being here. My dogs are looking at me like I'm nuts because I'm talking to the fish is what it looks like. Oh, I could show y'all some fish. You've seen them. I've got to get some. Well, I don't want to get more fish right now, but it'd be cool to. Like to have something else to look at. But if you get too many, you can't enjoy them, or I can't. So
I'm back.
there you are. There
I'm
you
back.
are.
Okay. It's all working now.
All right.
Yeah, you were telling me about your crown that you made.
Oh, yeah.
You should tell everybody about your crown.
Oh,
It's so
okay.
cute.
It's just a headband. And it hurts. So I'll end up pulling it off my head because this is let's see. This is a cat skull. And it's a real cat skull that I found somewhere in my skull collecting days. And I painted it up. And then I glued a bunch of roses on it from Walmart. It's for, to do your face like a sugar skull for Halloween.
That's
That's
awesome.
why I had it. And earlier I thought of Steven and his tiara and decided I needed something.
Yeah. It's cute.
Oh, thank you. The tooth digs in your head. I need to do some dental work on him or something.
Pull a couple teeth.
Yeah.
Or at least Dremel him down, maybe.
That's right. He's missing one, so I hate to take the one he's got. In fact, I think I painted it red. I don't know. I was always doing weird stuff. I like it. This is my black soul tiara, Tiara. I need some tea.
Mm-hmm.
What you drinking over there? I've got coffee and sweet tea.
I've got an energy drink.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I have another one in the fridge as a backup.
I almost didn't make coffee, and I decided I better. But usually I'm up. I'll tell you what my lousy doctor did. I'm in pain management, and my pain meds were due when? Yesterday. Did he get them to me yesterday? No. Did he call me at 8 o'clock last night, my doctor, and say, oh, I'll have them there tonight, so they'll be there first thing in the morning? Did I have pain meds for my entire birthday? No, I did not.
Oh, no.
And it infuriates my mom. She goes behind my back and she goes and calls the doctor's office and chews them out. And she's like, now, Jonathan, I know it's not your fault, so I'm not mad at you, but blah, blah, blah. She gets really mad because I suffer a lot. She didn't like it because she's a mom. She didn't like seeing it. So, yeah, he really did something to the pooch this time. He messed up. Yeah, he messed up. Maybe tomorrow. That's all I can hope for.
Yeah.
My back is literally broken right now. Like I lean to the left, and the tighter I get, the more I fall forward. Because something snapped, some hardware snapped or something. I've got a bunch of MRIs too. So.
Oh, no.
It's a mess. Yeah, it's a mess. I've had 6 back surgeries. 6. So.
Jeez.
Yeah, 2 of them were supposed to be one surgery, but it was a surgery where he had to cut me open through the abdomen and through the back. And so, I totally blanked that out. I totally forgot what I was going to say.
Crowntail gave you a really cute, nice comment. He said, oh gosh, now I jumped. Oh my gosh, I jumped. Give me a second.
Well, thank you, Crowntail.
He said, well, look on the bright side. It's painful being so gorgeous, Bunny Viper.
Oh, nice. What do you want?
Right.
That's really sweet. Thank you very much. That's sweet. I'm an old broad now.
You're not that old.
Yeah, I'm not that old. Just a little bit. Yeah, I forget things, Gina, and it happens all the time, right in the middle of a sentence. And I know people do that, but a few years back, I got in a really bad car wreck, and I had post-traumatic epilepsy, post-trauma epilepsy. And it went on for 2 years, and I had grand mal seizures every day, bad ones. I broke my nose twice. I broke my eye socket. I broke a rib. Really nasty. And it messed with my head. It knocked out a lot of my memory because I was constantly hitting my face on, the counters and the concrete floor. I've split my chin open 3 different times on the concrete floor. My mom came home from surgery. It was midnight, and I slipped in some water on my floor. It was my first seizure. I thought I slipped in water, and I fell and busted my chin. And the doctor said, you had a seizure. And I said, no, I just tripped in some water. And she said, no, when people fall, they catch themselves with their arms. They tried to. She said, when you land like that, you're out. And it drove my chin bone straight through the skin. I mean, it wasn't a joke. You could do this and see my jawbone. It was so nasty. I posted pictures once, but they pulled them. They wouldn't keep them up because it was gory, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I forget stuff now. Right in the middle. I just say next and
Next. Moving on.
Next, whatever.
Don't get hung up on it. Just move on.
That's right. I'm not going to remember. So.
Lady Rorschach says, you're a survivor, Bunny. I greatly admire you and your beautiful soul.
Oh, thank you so much. That's very kind. Thank you very much. That's lovely.
So, yeah.
Yeah. I have a ring for you. Oh, look, I have a ring
for
ring?
You.
Yeah, that's
you have it's your birthday, not mine.
Oh, no, I totally had it packed for the Clash. And probably you can't see it. I don't know. Let's see.
Oh, that's so cute.
What it is, it's got a moonstone in it.
I like moonstones.
I know you do. That's why I thought of you when you said it somewhere. And I said, you know what? I've got something lovely for that girl. Now, here's the thing. It's a poison ring. So the top pops off and you can put poison in it to like roofie Nathan.
There we go. Yes.
Yeah.
Or when he's making me mad, I can roofie him. I can go do what I want.
And it used to have a little latch on it, but the latch is broken, but it stays shut on its own. It's pretty cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's an old antique. So it's yours, baby. Got your name all over it.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I love and adore you. You're very welcome.
I say, well, I'm not going to the Clash. The store needs me, and
I know.
I overspent at the Triple Crown.
Well,
so it's going to take me a little bit to recover from that.
Yeah, I'm trying. You know, my mom is like, you're going no matter what. And I'm like, well, not no matter what. You know, I mean, you kind of have to have some things lined out. But we've got a friend that's a travel agent, and she's trying to look around and get me the best hop, skip, and a jump. I've got a credit for the airline now. That's assuming it stays about the same price, because for all I know, it could cost me another $500. I hope not, but
no,
it might.
Yeah, hopefully not.
And I'm working on a hotel room. The Holiday Inn didn't have 3 in a row. I took one day that they have, and then I might be arranging to take somebody else's reservation. That's possible. So I'm trying to get in touch with them and work that out. And then what I'd have to do is stay one night in one room and then, you know, transfer and just like not unpack, you know, just kind of leave stuff. And I might have to fly to Philadelphia, which I think is an hour away.
Yeah, I think I heard that in whose stream was it? Or was it Rico's stream earlier? They were talking about that.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah,
they were. I think Bex or her husband Kyle was in the chats, and they were listing off the nearest airports.
Now, yeah, I know that he did that because I screenshotted it. There's a bunch of little ones. I need to stay off the little mud puddle jumpers if I can, which I probably can't. I don't know that they fly directly in, but because they beat me to death, man. They absolutely beat you to death.
They do,
so.
Yeah. I've been in one once. My best friend works at the World Bird Sanctuary, and a couple years ago, she asked me to tag along because every, I don't remember if it was spring or fall, there was like a little bit of like light dusting of snow. So I don't remember if it was spring or winter. But we went up there to count we were flying along the Mississippi, and we were counting eagles that we saw. Because they were doing a survey. Yeah, they were doing a survey on the eagles, so I was up there helping them count eagles.
How many did you count?
Not a lot, and it might just be because it's hard when the tree is brown with a little bit of snow. Like, that's perfect camouflage for them. I was like, I can't see anything, guys.
There was 4, could have been 9. I don't know.
Yeah, we didn't count that many. So, but it was still fun. It's actually like the one time I've ever gotten motion sickness was up in that little plane, because we were up there for like a good 2 hours. Yeah. The turbulence is a lot. You feel everything.
Like you are flying in a tin can. I do not like flying in those tanks. Yeah, in those airplanes at all.
Yeah.
No.
Just like a boat. If you're in a little boat and there's a lot of waves, you feel every single wave. But if you're in a big like cruise liner, you don't hardly feel
Right.
it. So yeah.
Yep. And not the airline lady, the travel agent friend of ours said that if I tell them, because of my COPD and because of my spine, and I'm not the kind of person who would want to do this, but my mom made me promise her. So what they'll do is they'll arrange for a wheelchair for when I get off the plane, and somebody will push me to my next thing, to my next departure gate, which, I hate the idea of that, and I think, poor kid, trying to have a job, he's 22, got to push some old lady through the.
I'm sure they do it like every hour. I'm sure there's somebody that they have to push around. So,
well, on the other hand, it gives somebody a job, I guess. So,
yeah.
But I'd rather not. But, I also know I'd better, I probably should and save myself. I think I'm going up Thursday night or Thursday afternoon is what it looks like. And originally, and this might still be the way, but I might fly into somewhere and then ride with Patty, because Patty's in New York and she offered to drive me. It's like a 3-hour drive from there. So if I could arrange with her, I might do that. Cars are really bad for me. So if I can get closer and get someone to get me, that would be great. I think Plushie's going to rent a car and drive in. He in no way offered, I jokingly said, if you happen to be on Thursday at, whatever time, I don't even know, he can't do that. He would. I have no doubt that he would. But yeah. And Eric Wyrock offered to drive me from Detroit if I'd fly into Detroit. But that's a 9-hour drive. So that'd be like me going back and forth to Tulsa like 4 times in a day, 4.5 times. I just can't do it. I'd love to. That'd be a fun trip, Have a blast with Patty for sure. So we get in all kinds of trouble probably.
No, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Yeah, for some reason my mic muted for some reason. Anyway, I'm sure there's gonna be plenty of people there. I'm sure will be willing to either pick you up from an airport or do something.
I'm sure, and I would of course pay for gasoline. But that's a lot to ask of somebody, hey, why don't you drive another 2 hours, drive up here and get me and drive me back. And that's a lot to ask of somebody. I hate to.
Yeah.
But I have no idea like how much a cab or something like that would cost for an hour. There's just, I probably can't afford that. So I don't know. I'm sorry, I've got something in my eye.
No, you're okay. Thanks, Craig. He says, looking lovely up there, ladies.
Aw, thank you.
And Ricky DeHoyas is asking, where are you at again, Bunny?
I'm in Oklahoma.
Hey! Sorry,
holy smokes.
Sorry.
It's okay. I'm in Oklahoma. Dang it. Dog hair.
Yeah.
Well, that's a drag. Okay.
Chris from Aquazone says, I'm flying to Baltimore and will drive to the Clash on Friday morning, borrowing a car from my parents.
Cool.
And he says his wife says, happy birthday to Bunny.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think that I'm perfectly willing to crash on the floor out of the way at the airport for like if somebody's coming in Friday or something and I could catch a ride, I'd be more than happy to sit there and wait and greet them,
Yeah,
It'd be rough, but I'd do it.
Lady Diane says, sounds like a long drive for everyone.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt.
Oh, Zen says that sounded like someone got too close to someone else's bone. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. That is exactly what happened. Zen knows her dog.
Come here. Wednesday.
I don't think I want to play with Gina's dogs. My dogs are great. It's just my coonhound is a little like food and toy aggressive. So if the husky gets a little too close when she's chewing on a bone, but they're great dogs otherwise.
I would so love to have another coonhound. I had a black and tan years ago. And, I always wanted another one. And I wanted to name him Jethro. They're super cool. Even as a puppy, man, he'd sit up by the house, and if somebody came walking by, he'd trot down to the end of the driveway, roar, roar, and then he'd trot back. He'd just stay on the driveway. Is it a boy?
Lady Rorschach is asking, is that your natural hair color, Bunny? I love the bold metallics. I would love to add a similar color to my hair. Premature graying on me. Ugh, but the color you have is gorgeous.
Thank you. Well, this gray is all natural. That's me. The blue and purple, it's splat hair color, and I got it. I bought an ombre kit. I just didn't do it ombre. I just did it different, kind of differently with streaks and such. And I did not bleach it first. They say to bleach it, it'll give you more vibrant colors. I don't know. It'll give you more vibrant colors if you bleach it. But when it starts to grow out and it starts to wash out, everybody's hair just looks like straw. I've yet to see any that look decent as it was coming out. So I'm just like, no, I'll take a little darker color. It's still really bright. It's real obvious. So,
yeah.
And a lot of fun, you know. Yeah, splat
Ian
ombre.
says, happy birthday.
Thank you, Ian, dear. You sweet thing. He's like my pet. He's like my, not pet. I don't mean that as an insult. I mean, I adore him. You know what I mean? Ian's precious.
Oh, yes. Ian's a sweetie.
I have no idea what that says. Here, look, I'm really an old lady.
Oh, no, you're good. Says, Oinky says, I'm hoping between my own health problems acting up and my dad having health problems now for the first time in his life, I'll be able to go to the Clash myself. I have my Airbnb secured already.
Nice, Oinky. I hope you get to go, honey. That'd be great. I'd love to meet you. Airbnbs, that's the weirdest thing. Well, I mean, you just walk out of your house and let somebody have it? That's crazy to me. Unless,
so I think what it is that I think that people own like an extra house, like own extra property.
Sure, that's how it would have to be for me. Yeah, I still wouldn't want people in my house. You know what I mean? I'm weird like that.
Right.
You know, up to no good. I kept thinking the whole time. Go ahead.
Because I think the few times I've stayed at an Airbnb, it didn't seem like it was lived in. Like it just seemed like just a house that you like a vacation house that you go to. Like it has your basics. It has toilet paper, some coffee, paper towels, paper plates, silverware, and stuff. But yeah, it just didn't seem like it was recently lived in.
Right. That's cool. I kept thinking when Steven, you know, when he talked about his Airbnb, I'd think, you know, how lucky are those people? Because he's going to go in there and be really good and really responsible, and he's not going to do anything he shouldn't do. He's going to take care of their shit. You know what I'm saying? So they got really lucky. That's rare. You know, people are just tempted to go in there and just wreck things just because they're jerks.
Nathan's family actually has a lake house down in the Ozarks, and the neighbor rents it out. For I guess like through Airbnb, I think. And we've heard horror stories from like bachelor parties and big parties and stuff. Yeah, coming in and just wrecking stuff.
If it was my house, I'd have to just drop by because I forgot to bring them toilet paper or something. I don't know. I guess they have rights once they're standing in your house, but that just freaks me out. I couldn't do it. Bella, do something pretty.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's not it. That is the worst noise she makes, Gina. When we were talking about noises, she doesn't scream or do any of that. She yells at dogs, but she does this sound, and it's a machine coming on.
Steven just asked, is that Marco making my ears bleed? Nope, that's the gray.
Nope, that's Bella. Bella.
Steven says, oh no, we burned that place to the ground. Oh yeah, I'm sure, Steven. I'm sure.
Bella laughs. She won't do it. The first thing I ever taught her to do was buck like a chicken. Buck, 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 buck.
Buck, buck,
yeah.
buck.
Yeah.
Aww.
Just because I didn't know. It was like a fun new thing, you know. What do you teach your bird to do? She's great.
Right. I think the only thing I taught Marco since I've had her was the peekaboo.
Oh, that is
playing
so
peekaboo.
cute.
Yeah.
So cute. I'm going to steal it and teach her. She's smart.
Misfit
She's
wants
so
you
smart.
to. Misfit says, Gina, ask Bunny to make her do the thing. He wants her to do the Addams Family theme song.
Oh. Bella.
Oh, almost. Not quite. Not quite.
She's in a mood. Thanks a lot, Brennan. She's she's in a mood. Come here, Wednesday. Yep. You want to be on TV? Come here. Come show your ugly mug. Come here. Come here. Come here. Good girl. That's right. You're Bella. Good girl. She's gonna go through fussing at the dogs now. Wednesday.
So Zen is asking, Bunny, do your smoke detectors go dead often? Maybe she's learned to imitate them because that was spot on for my battery low sound.
Yeah, it's a oxygen concentrator machine. When it gets turned on, that's what it does. Or if it goes off because of power outage, that's what it does. It's letting you know for sure. Come here, baby.
Yep.
Come here. That's a good girl. Ready? Come on. Ugh. God, you're fat. Here's my dog Wednesday. Oh, hello. Oh, hello.
Mexicali says, happy birthday, Bunny. Hello, Gina. Just got off work, driving home. I'll be lurking. Drive safe.
Aww,
watch out for idiots. The idiots were out today. I almost got hit twice on my way home from work today.
Man,
from people just entering the highway and just no regard for anybody else, just coming over. It was crazy. Twice. 2 different highways.
Wow.
Yeah.
People are nuts. Did you see this ugly dog?
She's not ugly.
She's precious. She's got an underbite 1/2 inch wide. It's funny.
I love underbites. Oh my God.
She's great. It's so cute. Can you show your teepees? Show your teepees.
Lady Diane says it's a full moon. That explains all my customers today too.
Nice.
We've been having good days the last few days, like a little bit above sales goal. And then today, everybody only wanted either RO water or salt water. So we did like a quarter of the sales of the last few days. And everyone was super needy, not wanting to listen to advice. Like, it was just a strange day.
Wow. That's too bad because you get through the first day doing so well and then do bad on the next day and it just eradicates the first day. You come out even if you're lucky.
Craig says, come to Australia, Gina. They don't even use their bloody blinkers. Yeah, it's more strange if somebody does use their blinkers here. You just kind of have to, you learn the behavior, like how the cars move, and you know that they're actually going to like cut you off. I leave a little extra space just in case so they don't like accidentally almost try to swipe me, but
you have to drive
you learn to read people.
Yeah. And drive defensively, no doubt, because do I have 5?
Yeah, my dad used to work for AT&T before it was AT&T, when it was still Southwestern Bell.
I forgot about Southwestern Bell. Oh my goodness.
Mm-hmm. So he was one of the service workers that come out to your house, install whatever, fix and all that stuff. So he taught me how to drive. So because he drove commercially, not commercially, I guess professionally for his job. So he taught me how to drive defensively. So yeah.
Very cool. Yeah, it's necessary because people are idiots for sure.
Mm-hmm.
They are. Yeah.
Gina on the highway to hell.
That's right. Did you see my t-shirt?
No, I didn't. What does it say?
It says evil bitch.
Evil bitch.
My mom said, are you going to wear that on your birthday? I said, yes, I sure as shit.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Get off my
underbite
pillow.
Plus, Steven says underbite plus dangling tongue is the best. Talking about your dog.
Yeah. And when she drinks, she has stuff on her chin because her chin just goes in the water,
Oh.
I know. She's a mess. I love that little girl.
I think Danikin is here.
Hi,
Everyone's
Kitty.
saying Kenny E.
Kitty.
Kitty E.
Kitty.
But yeah.
Very
So
cool.
I did it of my own volition, but if anybody wants to, gift Bunny anything, I linked her, or I
Aw.
have her PayPal on the banner. I did it of my own volition. We're not begging for money, but just if you want. Nobody's
Thank you,
begging.
Gina. That's
You're
very
welcome.
kind. Very kind of you.
Well, I'm not
No
monetized,
doubt.
so I can't be like, all gifts go to Bunny, but I'm too small.
Right.
I'm too small, guys. I'm
How
not
many members
monetized
do you
yet.
have now? How many members do
Let
you
me
have?
look.
More than me. You've got more than me.
I have 179.
Oh, I thought you had more than me. Well, you'll get them because
Mm-mm.
your shorts are amazing. I love your
Thank
videos.
you. I've been
Honey,
slacking.
I loved your tour of the aquarium and your birthday so much, and I'm so going to copy
You.
you and do something just like it because it was great. I love to
Steven's,
document stuff.
Steven says, damn werewolves out driving tonight. I think a werewolf drive
Right.
better than most of these wackos. Jeez. I'm so glad I don't work at Petco because they always say like hospitals and paramedics always say, oh God, the full moon. Retail, you see it too. Oh my God. All the strange things happen. Not even like weird people, but all the strange things always happen the day of the full moon.
Yeah, like a weird Monday all day long.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. You should send that t-shirt to Ladies In.
Does anyone? I get it. That's funny. Yeah, she's proud of that boy. She's proud. She's a proud biatch.
Bex is here. Hello, Bex.
Hi, Bex.
People are so effing stupid behind the wheel of their cars. Don't they know that they're driving something that is a mobile deadly weapon? Yep, exactly. They have that bubble. It'll never happen to me. I know what I'm doing.
On the phones, man. That's what kills me.
Mm-hmm.
They used to just read books. You'd see people going across country reading books. That was nuts. But the phone.
Danielle Velez, good night. Good night. Steven. Steven says Gina's only 821 away from 1K. Hit that subscribe button several times.
That's right.
Yes,
Everybody
1K tonight. 1K tonight for Bunny's birthday.
We can do it. We can do it. I have no doubt.
Oh,
and if you're not subscribed to my channel, please do so.
Yeah, subscribe to Bunny also.
Nothing to see, folks. Just some fish
You
videos.
do shorts also.
Yeah, I do. And a lot of times I'll clip part of one video to make it a short just because I know it goes around to different places. So, yeah.
Yeah, it does circulate better.
I love my fish, but I mean, I think you can only look at somebody else's fish so many times without something else going on. Like they need to be teaching you or they need to, I don't know, something. I have a few ideas, but.
Ian just uploaded a really funny short. It was of his yellow Watchman goby, and I was cracking up whenever I watched it. He did the whole dramatic zoom in and everything. It was hilarious. I was cracking up.
What kind of goby was that on? What kind of goby was on your intro? There was a goby in there.
Oh, I think that was that's actually a dragonette. They call that a ruby red dragonette. So it's related to like a mandarin goby.
Can you mix different kinds in a tank, or should you just? Because I'd like to have a tank with a couple of those. If I was going to do salt, I'd do something like that, and or seahorses, for sure.
Yeah, Mark. So the spelling is Siau. I know it looks like Slau, but it's Siau.
Yeah, it's Basque. It's a weird last name. It's really okay. So the Basque people live in the Pyrenees Mountains between France and Spain. And if you look at my last name, it's pronounced C-O. So you get the S-I as C from Spanish, and you get the A-U as O from French. So it's C-O. And I can't tell you how many teachers would say, pronounce your last name and then spell it. And I'd say Cosiau. And it never failed. They would spell the whole thing as my last name. I'm like, I'm following your instructions. You know, golly. I'm excited about your
there we go.
I'm excited about your seahorses.
I know. Well, and it's funny because today, oh my gosh. So my boss decided to do the fish order on Sunday. I walked into work yesterday and he handed me the PO, the listing of everything he ordered. And I was in the middle of asking him something, so I didn't really look at what he handed me until I was like turning to walk away, and I looked down and I saw it was an order, a fish order. And I'm like, when did you do this? And he's like, oh, I did it on Sunday. I was like, thanks for including me, Jesus. Because I'm off on Sundays, and I get really mad when he does the order without me. He's like, well, I didn't, you know, I figured we would do it while it was slow, and I was like, I guess, whatever. Anyway, so we had the fish order actually came in today instead of Friday, so it really messed up my Wednesday. Weird customers, fish order, plus the dry good delivery came. It was a crazy day, but. So we had these pipefish plus full moon. Oh my gosh.
Right.
So we had these pipefish come in. Pipefish are related to seahorses. They're just skinny and straight instead of being swooshy like a seahorse.
They're cute.
But they're blue line pipefish and they're so freaking cute. So now I'm like, do I want to mix some pipefish in there too? So yeah, they're cute. Yeah. They're so freaking cute.
Put pipefish in there and then tell everybody the seahorses are broken pipefish. They're just broken. They're just broken.
There you go.
Crinkly.
They just got really straight backs.
Now I want chat to know
Gina's
that
getting seahorses. Yeah. So go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say I can't see chat, but I see that I just got a PayPal notification of some kind. I don't know who did it or what, but. Thank you so much for that. It just says PayPal notification. I don't know who to thank properly, but thank you very much. Thank you so much. That's very kind. Happy birthday to me. How sweet is that? That's
happy really birthday. I should have made a little happy birthday video every time we got a little
why didn't you, Gina?
I know, right? Because I only thought about it like a half an hour ago.
You're so lazy and like never do anything at all.
I am. Yeah. I know. So lazy. But no, Brendan and I are doing a side-by-side budget saltwater tank to show everybody that it can be done. You don't have.
Uh-oh. We lost Gina. She touched something. She touched a button. I'm going to assume y'all can still see and hear me. And she is just gone. Bummer. Y'all want to see a fish? Woohoo! Let's see if I can do it. Can you see some fish? Yay. This stupid fish and its mouth fungus. I cannot get rid of the mouth fungus on that fish to save my life. I have done everything 3 times over and don't know what to do. I don't know if I tried salt. Maybe salt. Are you back?
I'm back.
Good. Push the button.
No. You're good. I think it must be this phone. But no. So Brendan and I are going to do 2 budget tanks. I'm going to do a 20 long, and he's going to do a 55. Nice. And I'm going to do dwarf seahorses. Because everybody's talking about wanting dwarf seahorses or seahorses of some kind. So I'm like, this would be the perfect thing to show everybody that you can do it and it doesn't have to be expensive.
I would so love to do that. I would love to be able to do it right along with you. I hope you're going to say like every single thing you do, like what it is. And you know what else? I'd love to know at the end, short of even the fish cost, but at the end, how much did it cost you to start from scratch?
Yep.
And we're gonna do it.
We're gonna keep track of all the costs. We're gonna document everything: the good, the bad, the problems we come across, how we fix it. TC Marine Addiction is asking archer fish in there.
They are. I have 3.
And Craig says, "Very cool, Bunny."
I have 3, and I lost 1. just not thinking. I had the lid off, one half of the lid open, and was cleaning the tank. And I walked away for a minute, and I came back, and it took me about 20 minutes to realize I was missing an archer fish. And well, maybe not that long, because I looked for him desperately, hoping he'd still be alive. I could not find him anywhere. And later, I left the room, came back, and my dogs were in the trash. They never go in the trash. They know better, and they're good. But it had flipped itself into the trash. That's why I didn't find it. It was so sad. And then I realized, here's something. Dan is such a good guy that I realized one day recently that, well, I was looking over receipts of what I've bought from Dan and just how much money I've put into Dan's, and it's a lot, because most of these fish are from Dan's. But I realized that my order form said I had 6 archers. And I wrote them and said, I do not. I have never had 6 archers. I had 4. And do you know, almost a year later, that man refunded me for those 2 fish because it was an oversight. They meant to do it, and it was just an oversight. But I couldn't believe that. I certainly didn't expect them to do it. You know, not a year later, I just mentioned that I had realized that, you know, what was up with that. You know, am I owed 2 archer fish sometime? Because he hasn't had them since. And I wish he would, but I hope he'll do it when I have money. I bought that. Well, they were marked as South American archer fish, but there's no such thing, I understand. So small scale Asian archer fish are what I have, I think. And he also sells clouded archer fish. That's what he has in his big tank behind him. They're clouded, and they get a little bit bigger, and, you know, their markings are a little softer. But he did tell me that I could keep both groups together, and I will get some more. I'd like to plant my 180, and I can't do it because of the severum. So I'm thinking when I move these fish over eventually, a year from now, probably, I will leave the severum in this tank and maybe buy him a buddy if I can find one the same size. And then lower the water level, plant it, let them eat some of the plants, but plant it and keep the archers up top with like branches, you know, branches across the top in the air. So I can open the lid, toss in some crickets, you know, and let them do their spitty thing, because that's so cool. It's not cool to have them and not be able to see that natural behavior. You know, I want them to be able to do that, because that's what they do. And it's very cool. They'll follow, you know.
Bunny, do you say wash or wash?
Wash. 4 letters.
They're
4 letters,
funny.
yeah.
Dee Dee showed up in the chat, and Steven said, all right, Dee Dee, we've got to settle this once and for all. Do you say wash? Because remember in the last stream they're saying that Dee Dee says wash. Yeah.
Does she? Is she claiming to say wash now?
Nope, she says wash.
And who said that, Jenna? I think Jenna said if we asked her, it would, you know.
She would say wash.
Stump her, yeah.
We just have to catch her on a stream saying it.
That's right. And I will too. I'm going to watch. I'm watching you, Dee.
TC Marine says, hi, Gina. Any experience with neon dotty back? I've heard they can be pushy. I have one in quarantine with a neon yellow clown goby. Should I add the neon dotty back to my 40 breeder last? It probably wouldn't hurt. It depends on what else you have in there. They are considered semi-aggressive. So, I mean, just to be safe, it wouldn't hurt to just hold off until you're done and have that be as like your last addition. But it just depends on what else you have in the tank.
Gina, I think 2 more people have dropped PayPals for me, so I would like to thank them very much for that. I'm using this money to try to get to the Clash. I've got my ticket. I've got my airline covered. I think I've got enough for a hotel, or almost. And then beyond that, I need gas money to share with whoever gives me a ride, and then like food and contingency money. You know, I don't know how much I should take a day. $100 a day? I don't know. What do you think, Gina? How much should you take for, like, because I know people go out for meals and they go do this and that. And, you know, if you go to the aquarium, that's $30.
I think the hotel or the accommodations, food, I think I ended up spending like $500 or $600 while I was there.
That's not too bad considering the
Mm-mm.
hotels,
Yeah.
I tried to get the one room I got on at Holiday Inn is for Thursday, and then hopefully I'll pick up the other two. But the Thursday one cost me $85 less than the ones they wanted for Friday and Saturday. And here's the thing: I had made a reservation, but I did it for the wrong day, and I realized it 10 minutes later. So I called them back, and I was like, "Nope, I need to change this." So we changed it, and then I decided I was going to try to see the price on the other, 2 nights, and that price jacked up like $85. And I'm like, "Dude, 5 minutes ago, I
Yeah.
just, why?" And he's like,
I'd
"Nope,
understand if it was like a week later, but yeah,
yeah,
like 10 minutes.
right, exactly." And he's like, "That's our weekend rate," and I was like,
Oh
"Not for
my
me, it
God.
isn't. I'm not paying $300 a night. That's crazy.
No.
It's just stupid. It's stupid to pay what I already paid. Ridiculous." But whatever,
Somebody had
totally
said
worth
something.
it. Well, my gudgeon's fat. I wonder if she's pregnant. She is fat. And my Empire gudgeons used to hide all the time in their little tank, and I knew they needed a dither fish. They just needed a dither fish, and I decided, you know what? I looked up all my fish again, and there's no issues. There's no, so I decided to give it a shot, and I put them in here, and they hid for about 3 days, and then they came right out. Now they're all over the place. It's great.
Aw,
Yeah,
yay.
they
So
got
Lady
happier.
Rorschach said, sorry everyone, I'm going to have to call it for the night.
Oh, good
For some
night.
reason, I'm just super tired. Hope you all have a lovely evening and have a wonderful birthday, Bunny. Thank you for hosting, Gina. You're
Good night,
welcome.
and thank you, sweetheart. Thank you for coming. I hope you sleep well. Oh, somebody just dropped me some PayPal, honey. Tell them thank you for me. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much.
Lady Diane says, I'm going to have to say goodnight as well. I have no money and the melatonin is kicking in. Happy birthday, Bunny.
Don't worry about the no money. And
don't worry about it.
Yeah, I hope you feel better, honey. I know you've been struggling for a while. So rest well and get better soon.
Beck says, Bunny, no one in the fish fam would ask you for gas, Bunny. No way. We all just want you there.
I know. That's very kind, and I appreciate it. I do, but especially, I wanted to pay half of Patty's, and Patty's like, "Why would you pay gas for something I was already paying gas for?" And I'm like, "Well, just because, man. You're doing something nice for me. Let me help." You
did the same thing for me when we thought you were going to the Crown. You offered to pay half of the gas. I'm like, I was already planning on paying for the gas.
That's right.
You're just tagging along.
You sure did. That's right. And so that's very kind. But if somebody has to come from, there to Morganville to Philly or some nonsense to pick me up, that's different. That's a whole lot of, that's 2 hours in a car. So definitely, if they said no, I would hide it in their ashtray or something when they weren't looking.
Hide it in the dash. Yeah.
Call them later, after the convention and they're gone, and tell them, hey, look under your seat before you turn in that car or whatever.
Yeah. Look under the passenger visor.
Somewhere, yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't drive off and leave $400 on the tire, did you? Go.
Oh, God. Joe Coffee says, I'm rolling out too. Good night, everyone. Thanks for hosting, Gina. I hope that you have I hope you had a great birthday, Bunny.
Thank you. Thank you for the roaches.
Aw.
Roaches are gross, and he knows I grossed out one time, and now every time he says hi, he makes the little roach symbol.
Aw.
Yeah, can't do roaches. Roaches are maggots. I can do just about anything else, but not that.
Steven says, Bunny looks tiny. I bet she doesn't affect gas mileage at all.
That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, just strap me on the roof, tie me to your antenna. I'm good. Do cars even have antennas anymore?
So, yeah, but they're not as long. They're like the short little nubs. Well, my van did. My van had a long one, but Nathan, being Nathan, he got like this big rifle bullet as the antenna now.
That's funny.
For the van, the vehicle he doesn't drive.
Right.
Yeah. It's funny. I've had some people notice. It's matte black, so it blends in with the black van.
Oh,
so
that's
not everybody
cool.
So not everybody notices it. But the people that do, they ask, they're like, do you get good reception? I was like, yeah, it's the same as the stock antenna. So yeah.
I was curious too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got it from Amazon. It wasn't like an expensive one or anything.
Well, that's cool. It goes with the rape van. That's all. It works.
It's a threat.
That's right. Fair warning.
Fair warning. Don't run. I won't miss.
Nope. This is what happened to the last guy, right?
That's what I had to do with my cousin, Dee Dee says. She won't let me pay my fair share, so I hide the money in her house and call her the next day or so. Matt says you can hide money at my house any day, Dee Dee.
Mine too, Matt. For real. I don't know how everybody does these. You know, like there's so many people.
Sorry, I was blocking the camera.
Oh, it's okay. Doing 4 or 5 in a row. You know, they're going to this show and that show and this show. I'm like, holy smokes, man! They must save all year. You know, they just have to.
Yeah. I've thought about it. I've thought about starting to stow away money now so I can go to the Clash or something next year.
That'd be very cool.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, after I pull this off, we've got some serious things to do. You know, the car needs new head gaskets. Just, ugh. Yeah.
Matt says sexual favors van. People get mad about rape van.
Then don't come. if we lure you for cheesecake, don't come. And that's right. That's a double entendre. That's exactly right.
Oh my gosh.
No fun for you.
Ed says you should take up Matt on, or Dee Dee, you should take up Matt on that offer and put the money in one of his shrimp tanks.
Bury it under a rock.
Yeah.
Like give your fish COVID.
Aww. Or at least get them high on cocaine.
Right.
The trace amount of cocaine that's on every single bill.
So they say. Yeah. Maybe if you boiled enough of it, you could drink the water.
Ugh. Ian says, should come to Fishtoberfest. That's really when work is supposed to be picking up. Apparently winter is our busy season.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Fishtoberfest. Maybe I can do that next year. I'll have to pick one. Because I won't be doing the circuit.
Zen says, we always called them predator vans. That feels general enough. There you go.
That's cool. It's the cheesecake van. Just come over here and check out this cheesecake. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
We're what is that considered? A pastry? It's not a pastry. What is it considered?
Yeah, I think it'd be considered a pastry. Because cake is a pastry, pies are pastry. Yeah, I think it's a pastry.
Cakes aren't pastries, Gina.
Oh. Well, a pastry chef makes cakes.
Well, he shouldn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I don't know. Maybe it is, but when you say pastry, I think flaky stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like baklava and like what is tiramisu? It's just a dessert, like cheesecake, I guess. It's not a pie. It looks like a pie. It's not a cake. Well, the pastry we don't know van, the delivery van.
Surprise van.
That's right.
Full of surprises.
That's right. Do it like a king cake and hide something obnoxious in the cheesecake, and whoever gets that piece, you know, has to win the cheesecake.
There you go.
Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When I bought these basmati from Dan, I requested all males, and they were like, "Nope, sorry, we're selling them in pairs or thereabouts." And
yeah,
they've been colored, but not that colored, or I haven't sat and really counted them. But it looks like I've got 5 males. It looks like one of them is going to be a male, and then I've got females, a couple females. I've got 8. I bought 8, which I wish I could have gotten more because they're just amazing. Do rainbow fish run around like doing their mouth a lot? Like they're not gasping; they're swimming around just fine, but maybe they're picking particles out. There's duckweed, and I fed them earlier, of course, so they might be picking out little.
I know they have really narrow throats, so yeah, it could just be them just still working on the food.
Chewing their cud, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably. Gosh, even the females are beautiful. That's amazing. Thank you, whoever just dropped PayPal on me. That's helping me to my trip. That is helping me on my trip.
Steven says, Google says all pastries are cakes, but not all cakes are pastries. And now I'm confused.
All pastries are cakes.
but not all cakes or pastries.
I'm not buying it.
Uh,
Where'd that come from? Google or Wikipedia?
Yeah, probably Wikipedia.
I don't know. You know, I love white sand in my aquariums, apparently, because I just kind of fell in love with it. And I had the geos and stuff on some black, the blasting sand, and they looked really good on it. They were so dark, and they just looked really good. And then when I put them on white sand, they just looked washed out. But they're bigger, and they're really coloring up. I mean, they're really coloring up. So it's kind of cool. Every week something's new about them. The little blue scales are more blue, or the red tips on their stuff are more red, and now they have like a see-through part on their tail. Like I noticed it on one and thought, oh my gosh, something's wrong with his tail, but it isn't. All their tails are that way. And I'm gonna tell you. Oh, go ahead.
Ricky De Hoyos is asking, a trip where, Bunny? Where are you going? She's going to the Clash.
The Clash. If it kills me, I'm going.
Well, no, we don't want that.
No. Hey, if I went to the Clash and got COVID and dropped dead, I would truly be happy. I would truly, no, I truly would be happy, and it'd be worth it to me. I've got COPD, and my mom feels the same way. We don't want me to drop dead, but since we're all gonna die, I might as well go and have a really good time with people I love. And the only thing I hate is you're not going. Fun. That's the only thing that's just like, oh my gosh,
I know ABC Kenny is super upset that I'm not going. I really wish I could meet Kenny. I really wish I could meet Bex and everybody else who's going, but
you need to talk your boss into it. Talk your boss into doing that trip he failed to do.
Right.
And
Ian says, I noticed one of my Williams Creek rainbows doing that too. Looked like he's munching on a pellet all day long, but all I feed is flake.
That's cool. I appreciate that. Gosh, they've had bloodworms, and they've had brine shrimp, and they've had tetracolor crystals, and they've had, or crumbles, whatever they call that. I think that's what was on the menu today. So
Steven says all squares are rectangles, but not all rectangles are cakes.
Because some of them are pyramids. That's funny. Rectangles.
Ricky's asking, how much more do you need?
I guess
he's talking about money. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. If I really wanted to be smart about it.
Beck says, I'm upset you're not going, Gina. I know.
Just in case with the hotel, probably $500. And that's assuming my airline ticket doesn't overshoot, because, I'm hoping not.
Nathan also really missed me whenever I was gone. He actually texted me Sunday. It was already like, I think 2:00, and I was still in Kentucky, and he texted me. He's like, okay, I know you're having fun, but get the fuck home. I miss you. I'm like, oh my God. Okay, I'm getting in the car now.
Nice to be loved. That's awesome. Yeah.
Like, I know you're having fun, and I know you don't want to leave, but I fucking miss you. I'm like, okay.
See, you go tell your boss that, your man is going with you, going to help you sell, whatever. Yep.
He can run the booth, and I'll go hang out with Fish Fam. No, I wouldn't.
That's right.
He's never worked retail in his life. He would hate me. That would be the thing that would cause him to leave me, is if I tried to make him work retail.
Yeah, don't make him work. He can do the heavy lifting.
He's gonna be the bodyguard. He's gonna be the security. He'll stand at the table and look all grumpy. Keep the shoplifters away.
I can see that.
Oh my gosh.
I think one of my geos is in love with an electric blue Acara. They seem to be building a nest together.
Aww. That's adorable. Cross-species love.
Right? That'd be some kind of fish. It might be really pretty. I don't know.
Oink Master says, Bunny, I know exactly how you feel. After having lupus all my life, 23 surgeries later, I want to enjoy my life for as long as it's there. I'm so glad I came to the Fish Fam. Thank you always. Thank you all always. Aww.
Thank you too, honey. You're a huge part of it. I always feel bad. She goes away for a while just because of life or whatever and comes back and she always feels so bad, and it's like, don't feel bad. We just missed you. I've told her when she's missing, people ask for her, so
Yeah.
wonder how she is. And yeah, I've had countless surgeries too. I couldn't tell you how many, but 6 on my back for sure. Oh, that's what I was going to say earlier. See, 2 of the surgeries were supposed to be one surgery. And when he flipped me over on my back to cut that part, I had, guess what? A spider bite on my back. So he didn't want to do the rest of the surgery until that was cleared up. So I woke up thinking I'd had back surgery, and no, I just had part of it,
So only Oscars is asking. I guess she wasn't here whenever you first. Oh, sorry. I need to put my phone on silent. Bunny, what the fuck is on your head? Oh my God, is that a skull?
It is a skull. It is a dead cat skull that I painted and bedazzled. And it is a headband or whatever for Halloween. I made it to make a sugar skull on my face. And I was going to leave my hair down and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. That's what it is.
Really cute.
Yeah, it's fun. I like doing sugar skulls.
I always think I want to every year to do some kind of intricate full face look, but then it gets to be that day and I'm like, I don't want to spend 2 hours on this.
And then 2 more hours taking it out of your pores, every single pore.
Oh my gosh. Triple cleansing.
Mess. Yeah, big time. Masks, the whole deal.
Yes. And she says, OMG. I think it's a good OMG. I don't know. Just OMG. A cat skull. Well, yeah, Scuba Steve.
She loves cats, so I'm guessing she's not thrilled.
Oh.
Yeah. I did not hurt the cat. It was a found object in the woods, so.
Mark says, Bunny, what the fuck is it with you and spiders?
I know, right? That's what I was thinking. It was years ago. Look, can you see that dot on my hand right here?
Oh, yeah, I can.
That's where he got me.
Oh,
little monster. I knew it was a spider the next day because it had, the 2 little teardrop shaped fang marks. Little turd. Only one hole had venom in it though, because it puffed up real bad like a blister. And one of my dogs got bitten by a snake one time. And when he did, it was freshly bit when I found him. And so I drained as much out of it as I could. And venom is so slimy. It's like the slimiest material on earth. So that's what was in my hand, jerk. It was gross. I felt it on my leg. And here's what I thought. I thought it was one of my hairs that I shed because I shed them like a crazy dog. And I figured when it got under the covers, it was making me crazy. So I reached down to wipe the side of my knee. And guess what? It was a big wad of something. Like, those big fat gray ticks. I was afraid it was one of those because we've been battling them hard. We've got tick medicine on all our dogs. But, one could get on them for a minute and come in the house before the stuff killed it. So I thought, oh my God, gross, gross, gross. I've got this giant tick on me. And so I wadded it up in my hand to get rid of. And it bit the shit out of me. And I flung it. I screamed, which is ridiculous, but it hurt so bad. And I flung it. And I'm sure it hit the aquarium and smashed. Yeah. It shouldn't have bit me. But, and I feel bad for him, because I squished him. That's why he bit me, because I had a hold of him. But it worked. I threw him. I put him down. Sure did.
Steven says, without the fish fan, my life would be awash with anxiety. Or should I say, a wash.
A wash. A wash with anxiety. Yep. Gonna wash our clothes. Makes me crazy.
Chattanooga Ed says, a dead cat skull would be weird. Or a dead cat skull, I guess that is weird. I would have went with a monkey skull.
Hey, I've got one of those too. And this isn't my
only cat skull.
Yeah, I do. I've got that one came from the last cannibals in Papua New Guinea, I think. And he has some kind of vines sewn on him. The skull in the back is cracked where they ate his brain. And then I think what they did was coat it in blood. Like I think they coated it in blood and then put it in the ashes because it's this real dark maroon color. Doesn't smell or anything like that. And I put it in a little shadow box kind of thing. And I've got one of my favorite skulls is a cat skull that I found under a trailer in Virginia. And the it's not the word I'm looking for, but the surroundings were just right where the cat laid down. I'm sure he got hit by a car, and he laid down underneath the trailer, and the temperature and the sand, the mineral content, mummified the top half of him. So I couldn't get the whole cat out, but I could get his skull. And when you hold his skull directly down the middle, half of his face is still there. It's leather. His face, his ear, he's got whisker holes and stuff. So half is a skull and half is a mummified cat. And it is the coolest thing. I've got it in a big candle jar, you know. Absolutely fantastic piece.
Wow.
Love it. I love bones. I just think they're beautiful. I know it's weird, but I quit worrying about it a long time ago. I've got a giraffe skull. That thing's as long as my torso and knee. Like when my husband gave that to me, we set me in a recliner and it sat on my shoulder with his nose on my knee. And it must weigh 100 pounds. I mean, it's amazing. Jeez. If not more.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it's huge.
June is asking, I have to ask, what kind of cat skull? House cat, bobcat, lion? Well, it's not a lion, but...
No, I don't own one of those, but I've got every bone in a tiger's body short of its skull and its claws. I saved them from a taxidermy job. I was going to do a shoulder blade and forearm mount of a tiger, a mountain lion, a bobcat, and a house cat, because I've got the shoulder and arm, the whole articulation for all four of those. I collected them as a project that I never did. I've got a bobcat skull in my freezer, but these are house cats. This is a house cat. It was a house cat. The mummified one is a house cat. Yeah.
Dee Dee says, I bet Bunny has dolls with pins. Do you do voodoo? Do you do the voodoos?
No, but I should. I'm from Louisiana. That's where I was born. I ought to. That's a voodoo. What do they call them? I can't think of what it's called now, but that little marking is a voodoo.
Like a symbol or a rune?
Yeah, it's a symbol, but I can't think of what they call it in voodoo now. Is it a juju or that's just bad juju? That's just bad juju. Get him, Wednesday. I think she's after a mouse. Little shits. We can't get rid of them, man. We don't leave dog food down. I take the birdseed dish out every night. That had not occurred to me until one day I went to pull back her blanket and there was a bloody massacre all over the blanket. And I was no. I thought, oh my God, my bird, I was like, what happened to her? She's dead. I was so upset. And I opened it. She was fine. And there was a headless mouse carcass in the bottom of her cage.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And that worried me because of disease, but that was a long time ago and she's been fine. So I don't know. But yeah, she flat murdered one that came after her seeds. She was not playing.
No, yeah, it doesn't take much.
Nope.
Yeah, for those who don't know, like, birds bleed out very quickly. They don't have a lot of blood in their system. So when a bird is bleeding, it's an emergency.
Yeah, right now. That's right.
Yeah.
Better stop it.
It does not take long.
And that's like
if it's like a broken feather, that's a straight straw to their bloodstream that will not stop bleeding.
Yeah, those blood feathers are bad. You have to be careful when you're clipping wings if you do that. How do you clip? Do you clip it all? The wings?
So, I don't clip Marco because her muscles are so atrophied that she just doesn't have the muscle volume to fly.
Yeah.
I mean, when she gets spooked, she can like fly across the room, but she doesn't actively fly.
Have endurance, yeah.
But my first bird, Patch, he could fly.
That's cool.
So I would clip his wings, but I would only do like the first 5 or 6 flight feathers. I wouldn't go all the way down the wing. I would just do like the first 5 or 6.
Yeah.
And I would do both sides.
Yeah. I leave flight feathers. I do both sides and I cut a couple in the middle. That way she's not that way she's not unbalanced.
Yeah.
And when, if they have to fly, they don't crash and they don't, they can manage to land without going away. So
they can still glide. Yeah. Sorry, I did forget that I would leave the first one as like a protective feather. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. So I haven't done hers in a long time because it hasn't been necessary, but in the spring,
Mm-hmm.
I didn't get out a lot this year, but in the springtime, I love to take her outside and let her sit with me and get sunshine. And I have those lights, I have proper lights for her, but I like real sunshine on her. So
Mm-hmm.
she
Caged
needs it.
Aquatics. Caged is asking, how many times have you been to the Bone Museum in the city?
I have not, and I'm dying to go. There's an osteology museum here. It's in Oklahoma City, I believe, that I would love to go to. Absolutely love to go to. That's why I love that stuff. When we were young, when my parents were young and I was a little kid, museums were free, and we used to go to museums all the time. And the natural history stuff was always my favorite. I have like an Indian water buffalo, and they can get huge horns, but mine does not. Mine has deformed horns that make a lopsided heart, so it's kind of cool.
Oh,
And I bought it.
wow.
Yeah, I bought it for that reason because it was just cool.
Yeah. So
When it
Ed
had-
says,
Oh.
Ed said
No.
that he, oh gosh, where did it go? Oh gosh. Oh, he says, I tried to learn how to do taxidermy when I was younger, but I sucked. I did not know
That's
that.
funny. I didn't either. He's done some interesting stuff. Ice
Mhm.
hockey teacher, ice hockey coach,
Oink says, while staying at my dad's house, mice got into my dove cage. I was lucky that my dove wasn't killed. Yeah,
Oh,
very lucky.
no. I had a dove for like 25 years. I love that bird.
Aw.
Yep, she was sweet. He was sweet.
Mark
Coco.
says, too much blood equals too much weight, making it hard to fly. Yep.
Yep. Bella.
Ed says, I don't like to see things without the skin on, which isn't really the best type of person for a taxidermist.
Yeah. It's not as gross as people think. I mean, some people would be so grossed out they could never do it. You know what I mean? But it's not
Right.
as gross as you think. It's not all blood and guts, and that doesn't happen unless you screw up. If you screw up and you puncture the belly, then you have a problem.
Yeah.
But, it has a particular smell. It's not a dead, rotten smell. It's just a particular biological smell,
Yep.
that, but I love it. I loved it when I did it. I'd still be doing it if I was in Florida because I found a really good taxidermist and I offered him, to come work for him for free just to learn, and I did that for a long time. Then we moved out here. I mean, I've got a freezer full of cool animals. I've got a lynx hide out there. I've got a bear skin. I'm just some really neat stuff. And, but I lost my heart for it when I moved to Oklahoma and I didn't have Charlie anymore. It wasn't the same,
Yeah.
I did compete here. I competed here one year with some of my mounts that I already had, but, and did pretty well, but, I haven't done it since, and on top of that, my house got robbed and the only two things they took were my fox and my Wolverine. And the fox was a particular tragedy because it was my first entry. I won the top 8 awards for it. Later, we got in a bind financially, and because it had won all those awards, I thought maybe I could sell it, and I did. And my husband kept in touch with that man for like 5 years and said, if you ever want to get rid of it or whatever, let me have first dibs at it. And damn if he didn't. When he needed money, he called us. Phil bought it back for me, so it had a long, lovely history. And I hate that some asshole is sitting with it in his living room. It just makes me sick.
Yeah.
Well, it did, but you just have to let that kind of stuff go because what are you going to do? Nothing.
Yeah.
I hate a thief.
Dee Dee says, I helped my brother with his deer processing 2 winters ago. The first day was rough.
Yeah, that's different. Of course, when you're doing deer heads, once their head's off, one of the first things you do is walk up and yank their tongue out. You cut their tongue out. You got to knock them in the head and do all that nasty stuff. So
yeah,
there is that.
She says he also does taxidermy.
That's
nice.
Cool. It's cleaner on other animals. You don't have to do some of that stuff. But because of the antlers, you have to keep those antlers and saw them out. And that kind of thing. So that makes it different. Otherwise, you're not whacking open their head, so.
Yeah. Oink says, as of Monday on my birthday, I've had my dove Henry for 21 years.
Nice.
He was a birthday gift. Yeah, he was a birthday gift from my mother.
Oh.
Blessed be this angel of a bird. Aww.
Who was it? Oinky?
Oinky.
Aww. And she said her birthday's Monday?
As of Monday, so I think this past Monday.
Oh, well, happy birthday.
I think? I don't know.
Well, happy
either last Monday or this Monday. Yes, happy birthday, Oinky.
Yay.
Mark says, I kept rabbit and cat skins when I got when hunting to use for fly tying.
Yep. I had a bunch of that too. I had a farm one time and we had a lot of chickens and I bought a lot of exotic chickens just for that reason. I mean, I didn't kill them just for their feathers, but like I'd eat them. I'd choose to eat that bird that wasn't a meat bird, I'd eat him so that I could use his feathers. And I sold a lot of that. You can sell I forget what it's called, but it's like the whole ruff of their neck. You can sell that. And on some pheasants and stuff, like some of the back parts look like little bug wings,
Yeah.
I used to tie flies for fun years and years and years ago. Sure did. I made one out of my hair to give to my father for the little tendrils that hang off the back of some kind of midge I was making,
Mm-hmm.
I've still got it somewhere. Yeah, that's cool. He liked it.
Yeah. Aw. Beck says, all right, you two lovely ladies, time to call it a night for us. Happy birthday, Ivy.
Thank you so much, and thank you for coming. I'm glad you were here. Makes my birthday special. Thank you, Bex.
Ed says, when I got my house broken into during the Ferguson riots, the only thing they didn't take was my buffalo head.
Oh, no.
Jeez, I didn't realize.
If I was going to rob a house, I would take the buffalo head. I would.
Oinky says, thank you so much. Henry is the longest pet we've ever had in the family, and everyone adores him. He's very sweet and gentle and loves to sing to everybody all the time. Aww.
Henry the bird. Henry the dove. That's so sweet.
So my house was broken into about 2 years ago.
Your house was?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no.
So our back door it's an old house. It's not like a historic house, but it's an older house. So the back door had those like glass rectangle like panes. It wasn't a solid, but it had like, the wood that, cheered off the small rectangular panes.
Enough to fit your arm through. Yeah.
Exactly. They broke one of the panes when we were out of town. We were at the lake house. Nathan's sister was house sitting, but she was at work during the day.
Oh man.
And we think it was at like 3:00 in the afternoon, like midday.
People have balls, man.
Yeah. They broke the window and the back door, reached in. They took my Switch, my Nintendo Switch, my PlayStation. They took something else. Oh, Nathan's Beretta, his handgun that was in the coffee table.
That's
scary. It was in which sucks because that was his first gun that he bought ever.
No.
So the nostalgia from it, yeah. And it's the one gun that was not locked up because we forgot it was there. Like it's just it's the coffee table gun. It stays there.
That's right. That's right. I've got them in every house, every room. Yep.
Yep. Well, it's funny because sometimes when we tell this to non-gun people, they're like, "Why would you have a gun in your coffee table?" I'm like, "Who doesn't have a gun in their coffee table?"
Because that's where you need it at night. You're sitting there.
Yeah, when you're in your living room, you keep one in the room that you're mostly in. So yeah, if somebody comes in, it's right there. They're like, "I've never heard." I was like, "I've gone to friends' house where I'm okay. If you're a close enough friend of mine, I will straight just go through your cabinets in your kitchen. Like I'm just like." I just want to know where the plates are. I want to know where the cups are in case I want to drink. I can just get it myself. But if I'm bored enough, or if like I'm ADDing or anxietying out, and there's everybody else is talking and distracted, I'll just start going through your coffee table. I won't go through like the medicine cabinet in the bathroom. Like I have a respect for privacy,
private
but like
stuff, sure.
I don't go through private stuff. But like your drawers in your living room and stuff? Like, I'll take a peek. And I,
Common
like, sometimes I'll
ground.
be like, I was at a
What's
one friend
this?
house and I counted, like, her husband had like 3 guns just in the living room. And I was like, hey, I think I found all 3 guns. And she goes, what the hell, Gina? And I'm like, hey, I was bored. I'm sorry. So,
Where were you? You should have been
right.
entertaining
I was
me.
like, I didn't touch them, but I know that they're there now. Like, so yeah, it's funny whenever I tell people that, and then I'm like, there are a lot more people keep a gun in their coffee table than you think.
Yeah.
And
they
then
they might slide it under the couch when you come in, but it's there.
Or yeah, shotgun under the couch. Yep.
Yeah.
But and then they went into our bedroom, which is kind of, we think it was teenagers because of the stuff that they took. But
Either
they went into
that
our
or
bedroom.
crackheads that can sell it, one or the
Well,
other.
see, that's the thing though, is that they only took the Switch, the PlayStation, the gun in the living room. So all those were in the living room. And then the one thing they took out of the bedroom was a fire safe. We had a little fire box, and they just picked
Right.
up the whole thing and they took it. Luckily, the only thing in there was like documents. So like my son's savings bonds that Nathan's mom bought him when he was born.
No, man, come on.
Our I think our birth certificates were in. No, birth certificates were in the big safe. They were in the big gun safe.
Thank goodness.
Our old expired passports were in there. Just paperwork that, you know, if a house catches fire, at least like those documents would be safe.
Yep.
Some coins that Nathan's grandpa gave to him, like collectible coins.
What a bunch of jerks.
But the thing though, because it must have been my husky was home at the time, so he must have like gotten up and freaked them out, because in Nathan's nightstand, he actually left his key for the car in the nightstand. Yep. They could have stolen our car, but
I had that happen.
They didn't. But they didn't.
Happen. My house was robbed in Tucson. The keys were hanging right by the door. I was at work, and they stole the truck, and they found it like 3 days later out in the desert. All they did was they took, they destroyed it. It was a total loss, thank God, because they ran over cactus and stuff were all in the front end, and they had taken the touch-up paint, which comes like in a nail polish bottle, and drawn on the seats and shit. I mean, what is that? Stole my artwork off the walls, like artwork I had done, and I was mad, but I was flattered at the same time.
Right. Oh, they were good enough to steal.
Right, exactly. Apparently somebody wanted them bad enough. It was my iguana that saved me. My iguana saved me. Well, I came home from work. My living room was turquoise. It was painted turquoise. And I came home from work, and my house was like right across this T. You know, you stop, and there's my house.
Yeah.
And the front door was cracked open. I could see that turquoise light shining through. And the iguana cage was in there. That's what the light was, you know, shining on the walls. So I split and went to my friend's house and called the cops. And when we came back, the iguana was gone. They took the tank and everything. So they were in my house when I drove up. So that's messed up. My truck was still there. So at least I was smart enough not to go in. But they terrorized my dog. My dog wouldn't come to me. It was a young dog, you know, a young girl, less than a year. And she just would not come to me. It made me cry. I just cried. I'm like, what did they do to you? You know, I mean, golly.
Yeah.
They got theirs coming. I believe that stuff comes around. I really do.
Well, the weird thing is that about a month later, so Nathan gets up really early in the morning so that he's home in time to get our son off the bus, because I work retail, so I work retail hours.
Right.
So he gets off like 12:30 to like 1:30 in the afternoon. So he is home. He has time to do like running around, if like go to the store if he needs to.
Sure.
But it's to make sure he's home in time for the bus. Well, he got up one morning, and I think it was like, I wasn't in the fish fam yet, but I couldn't sleep that night. So I was up at 3 a.m. when Nathan woke up, and he's getting ready for work. He leaves. I hear him like go out the front door, and all of a sudden he like I hear the door unlocking again. I was like, oh, I wonder what he forgot. He comes in like fast walking in, and I see him carrying something, and he drops it in the living room. It's the firebox. A month later, they brought it back. It was wrapped in a trash bag, and they brought it back. Like they pried it open. All the documents were still there, so all the savings bonds were still in there, but the coins were missing. And he's like, what the hell? And we had gotten a security system, obviously, immediately after we fixed the back door. It's a
Nice.
solid metal door now.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah,
but yeah, we got security cameras and everything. So we looked, and it's a teenager. You see him dropping it and then running off.
yeah.
Um, but I was like, we need to call the police right now. Call the police. And
Yeah.
they took it to fingerprint it. They didn't get any fingerprints off of it. But it was just, even the cops were like, wait, they
What?
brought it back? And I was like, yeah, I don't freaking know. Like, we can show you the cameras. Like, it's this teenager. We don't know him. Like, they brought it back. I don't know. Um,
Who knows what they told their parents? You know, we found
yeah,
this, and they were like, "Take it back where you found it," kind of thing.
yeah, I think that, and that's what I told Nathan. I was like, it was probably a bunch of teenagers, a parent or a grandparent probably like found it and said, at
Nope.
least take this shit back. Like,
It's someone
this
who
is important
understood that
stuff. Yeah,
documents are, yep. And
yeah,
luckily, they were not smart enough to cash those bonds, or smart enough not to try. So
right.
that's good. So I'm glad your
Yeah,
baby got his bonds back, because that's messed
yeah,
up.
yeah.
Yeah, that's not cool.
But yeah. So Dee Dee was saying, let's see if it's still up. Um,
I'm going to the
let's
class.
see. You should always have a keyed deadbolt lock on a door with the windows nearby. Well, we never thought about it. We had lived in this house for like 3 or 4 years, and then like we just never thought about it. Like,
Also, plant those big paddle cactus underneath your windows outside. That helps.
yeah.
That helps a lot. Nobody wants to climb on that.
Lefty is saying we keep one in every, talking about guns. We keep one in every single room. Never know when you might need one. I always
Yep.
have one in arm's reach with in my room. Yep.
Yep. Yep.
Steve-O says I had one the whole time at the Clash, so everyone was safe near me. He is native to Kentucky, so I'm sure, I don't know if they have constitutional carry or if they have to have a CCW.
Hey, I'm carrying it anyway. Yeah. Because the thing is, if you're a responsible gun owner, you'll never pull it unless it's a life or death emergency. You're not showing it off. You're not, look what I've got. You're not doing that. So
Ed says, I bet people from other countries can't believe what we're saying here.
hey, I lived in the Netherlands and guns were illegal, but people got killed with shit like crossbows. You come in the house and somebody nails you with a crossbow. So people will have weapons if they want them. That's just.
Yep.
And I do.
Lefty says, I'm sure they're just thinking to themselves, typical Americans.
Right? Them and all their guns.
Debbie says, Ed, I've been in chats long enough not to be shocked.
Right? You hear everything in chat at least once.
Mark says, here in Australia, all firearms and ammo must be locked in a safe at all times.
Yeah. No, that's ridiculous. Then they can arrest you for shooting somebody just because you had your gun out of your safe. I mean, come on. And bullets, I'm sorry. If you're in a situation like I am, there are no children in this house. If children were to come to visit, the guns would be put up. But there's no children. Everything is loaded. My shotgun it's a 12 gauge. It's got a pistol grip on it. It would put the freaking hurt on you. And my first round is rock salt. That is your warning. If you can handle rock salt in your butt and keep on coming, then you're getting a bullet. You're getting a slug, But I'd hate to have to kill somebody. Now, the pistols are that's a whole nother ball game. You're getting a bullet. That's what you're getting. Don't come in my house. It's simple. Just stay out.
Mark says, and if someone breaks into your house here and you use a weapon to protect yourself, you are the one likely to be charged. That can be the same here in the States. It depends on the state that you live in. So here in Missouri, there is, what do they call it? The castle law, where you have the right to protect your property.
That's right. I think it's the same here. I'm not sure.
But there are some states that, yes, if someone breaks into your house and you use deadly force to protect yourself and you just wound that person,
Make sure they're dead.
That person could sue you for bodily damage. Yeah.
Make sure they're dead. That's all I got to say. And never step over the body. That's it.
And and if they're running away, you have to look up laws for that. If they're trying to escape and you shoot them, then you could be charged for like manslaughter or something because you're not in danger at that point. If
No, I'm
they
not. Who's to say he's not
some
coming back tomorrow?
some
That's
states
ridiculous.
they have to be in your house. Some states, if they're on your property, it's fair game. It depends on your state law.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll worry about it after.
Yeah, Lefty says the same thing. It's like
Yeah.
that here too, depending on your state. Each one has its own laws for that. Here we are supposed to retreat as far from the point of entry, and then if they come in, you can defend. Yeah. And I think Lefty's in Connecticut.
There are several points of entry in my house. So how do you get to the farthest place away? You could be standing by the front door.
Yeah.
And someone's in your back door. You didn't go far enough away from a door.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing at
No,
Ed's
go ahead.
comment.
What'd you
I'm
say?
sorry, Mark. Ed says, I'm sorry, Mark. Maybe you could keep like a poisonous snake and throw it at him.
That's right.
There you go.
I love it. See, people will find a weapon. Yeah.
Zen says, well, I might go to bed. I don't think y'all will like my opinion. Zen, you're welcome to your opinion.
Ginger, we don't
I
care
will not.
if you're anti-gun.
If you're anti-gun, that's okay. You're entitled to your own opinion.
Yeah. Just don't come in my house unexpected. Not you, Ginger.
Yes, Dee Dee says sometimes people will have to pay the criminals' medical bills if they break in and their dog bites them. And that's why on every door of my house, I have a sign that says, beware of dog. So because I've heard that where somebody breaks into somebody else's house and they had a dog and the dog bit them, they could claim that, well, I didn't know they had a dog, otherwise I wouldn't have broken in. So I have it on every door of my house. There is a beware of dog sign.
You know, I don't know if you saw it, but I saw something on the internet that was gross and amazing. Somebody broke into somebody's house and their pit bull attacked the guy. And the guy whacked the head in the pit bull like all the way down to the skull. I mean, I don't know what he hit it with, an axe or whatever. It was all the way down to the skull. And the pictures show the pit bull just moping around with this little Sheltie. You know, it was a sweet pit bull. And the pit bull killed the guy. And they wanted to kill their pit bull. They wanted to take their pit bull. And they went and fought it tooth and nail. And luckily it wasn't an anti-pit bull state. And they were like, you know, look, he came into my home. The dog's protecting his home. But the dog followed him into the yard and proceeded to take off 4 of his fingers and his entire face.
Oh,
the guy had no face. It was a bloody skull with eyeballs. So I'm guessing he picked the wrong house to break into. It was gross. But again, the pit bull was a sweet, precious dog. It wasn't a vicious pit bull, and they could prove it. You know, it had all its shots. It had been trained. You know, it had sweet nature. So I think they had to bring it into court or something for the judge to meet the dog. But they didn't have to put their dog down. So happy ending to that story, except for the guy that was an idiot.
Yep.
Uh-oh. Trying to knock you over.
Let's see. Ricky says in Vermont, if they break in your house and you don't offer them some wine or beer, it's like a crime and you're going to be arrested.
That's funny. That is funny.
Yeah. But yeah. What time is it? Oh my God, it's already 1. Time flies when you're having fun.
Yeah, it does. Are you doing okay, or do you need to shut it down too?
Oh, no. No, I'm good.
Well, whatever you want to do is fine. You know, whenever you get worn out, just say so.
No, I'm good. Oh, Mark says there have been people charged here because... Whoop, it jumped. Why am I doing it on there? I'm doing it on my phone. Much smoother. There have been people charged here because the police said that the beware of dog sign was an admission of owning a dangerous dog. Huh.
Ugh, yeah. You know, they pick a breed. It's been pit bulls for a while, but you know, way back when it was German Shepherds, and then before that it was Dobermans, and then it was,
Yep.
you know, they just pick one.
Rottweilers were a big one at one point.
Rotties
Yep.
sure were. Yep.
Steven says, all right, folks, even this insomniac has to sleep sometimes. Have fun with attempt number 1, Steven. We'll see you in about 20 minutes.
I started to say, we will see you again soon.
See you in about 20 minutes when you give up.
Sleep well, sweetheart.
No, I'm good. I have my energy drink. These are actually really nice. I get these at Aldi, and they don't make me jittery like other energy drinks do.
Oh, that's good. What kind is it?
It's called Gridlock.
Gridlock.
Well, yeah, the different colors have different like sugar content and everything. Yeah. Like this one has 0 total sugars, but it has 3 grams of sugar alcohol. I don't know what that means.
Oh, yeah. Well, it means they use sugar to cure the alcohol, whatever they used.
But it's an energy drink. It's not alcoholic. I don't know what that means, but then like I think the red one has like 20 grams of sugar. So yeah, they're not all sugar free. It just depends on the flavor.
I'll have to look for them since we're so close. Maybe they've got them here in Oklahoma too. I'll look for it.
It's just past the sodas. Usually wherever they keep the sodas, like the cases of the cans and stuff.
Yeah.
At least at my Aldi, that's where they are.
Cool. I'll look for it. Yeah. One time I had to do, well, when I did taxidermy here in Oklahoma for a minute, I had the 5-hour energy. I had that for the first time, and I had to drive to Anadarko, which was like 4 hours if I remember. And I was really tired, and I had to take the mounts and blah, blah, blah. So I decided I was going to try this 5-hour energy. Well, I bought one and I drank it, and I'm driving down the road, and I don't know, an hour later, I didn't feel all that different. So I decided, well, I guess I can drink another one.
Oh, no.
That was a mistake. Yeah.
I think everybody makes that mistake with the 5-hour energy. Yeah.
Yeah. It had me. It sure did. I went and I was bouncing off the walls. Hey, guys, what are y'all doing? Let's do some taxidermy. I was ready. And I was the only girl. It was weird.
Darlene says, happy birthday, Bunny. I have to go because I have work tomorrow.
Okay, Darlene. Thank you for coming. I hope you had fun.
Ricky says, Virgin Mary, Mother of Christ. It's past 1. I was wondering why so many people were saying bye.
Yeah, because they're not vampires like the rest of us.
Right.
They need their beauty sleep. We're just going to go forever.
Mark says, don't worry, Gina, but long haul, and it's only 4:15 p.m. Thursday here.
That's funny.
Oink says, I have a beware of fish caution sign on my 125-gallon tank with my 6 blood parrots, 3 Texas cichlids, and 1 fire mouse. Should I be afraid of potential prosecution of it by an intruder? No, I have a beware of attack bird sign on my bird cage.
Hey, that's appropriate.
So that's more for like if I have friends or family over and they don't listen to me when I tell them that Marco will not let them pet her, and they don't listen to me, and I can't be held liable for when she draws blood.
Nope. You warned them. Everybody always wants to touch them. Yep, everybody always wants to touch the birds. I'm like, keep your little fingers out of there. She's never bitten me, but she did get my mom one day. She bit my mom on the nose.
She pinches me all the time. Oh my God. It's not a bite. Really? It's a pinch. Just the tip of just a pinch. And it's usually on the neck or any really sensitive area. And I'm like, stop pinching me.
Trying to get your attention for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a pinch. Ed wants to know, Bunny, could you please tell us a little more about the prime rib you had tonight?
Well, it was at least 3/4 of an inch thick. And it was cooked medium well, and it had lots of marbling, and it came from Brahms, so it had no growth hormones in those steaks. And I had it with a baked potato, and it was delicious. And you're making me hungry. There's still some left, so guess what I'm gonna do in a little while? I'm gonna eat again. So good. So that was
Oinky, I need to message Oinky about that sign because I might need it for Queen's tank.
Oh, she
Beware
definitely
of the
needs it.
fishies. Yeah.
Beware, oh bitch. Yeah.
Beware, oh
That's
bitch. Oh, I have that dry erase board.
she's beautiful. She's
I
really
know, she's
beautiful.
such a pretty fish.
I
It's
love
funny
her
because now,
eyes.
oh my gosh, I know. And they're back now that the eggs are gone. The eggs are gone, by the way.
Oh.
Now her eyes are back to the blue-green,
Oh,
iridescent.
really?
Yeah, they only
What?
turned that yellow when she was pissed off when she had the eggs.
Oh, wow. That's very
Now they're like a
interesting.
blue-green. Yeah.
My
But,
Sebrum. Oh, no, go ahead.
what-
I was
um,
just gonna say my Sebrum's got beautiful eyes too. They're like
hmm
fire orange and yellow, and then they're rimmed in like this turquoise blue. So they're really beautiful.
Ed says, "Oh man, as soon as I test negative, I'm going to the Texas Roadhouse. Probably by myself, but I don't care."
Bless your heart. He wants a steak. It was really good, I gotta admit. And I
Dee
try
Dee's
to
going
do
to
that.
bed.
Good night, Dee Dee. Thank you for coming, honey. Go wash your clothes. We know it's clean because you wash it. Yep.
Yeah. Only Oscar says, people always ask if my cats are friendly. It's a cat. You could get bit just because.
That's right. Or scratched to death.
Yep.
Get your eyes clawed out.
Oh, Plushie says, hi, Gina's Reef, and happy birthday, Bunny Viper, and then a bunch of hearts and
Yay.
roses.
Oh, hi, Christopher. You can come pick me up from the airport at the Clash on Thursday?
Oh, he would be happy to.
Bless his heart. When are you going to the Clash, Christopher? Are you going Thursday or are you going to go for the Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? I'm going to fly in on Thursday and then leave on Sunday. So I will be there. You better be there. Some really great people are going. I'm so glad Rico's going, but I sure hate that you're not. I know, right?
I'm also so disappointed I won't get to meet Rico.
I know. Know it. I'd like to take all these, selfies or whatever, just pictures of everybody. And then, like, if I could get him to do the autograph book, right, then you could get the pictures printed and you could put them in there and stickers
I totally
and
slacked.
whatever.
I totally slacked on the autograph.
It's so okay. I know Kenny signed it. He said he signed it.
He did. I did have some people sign it. So what I think I might do is just start asking people to send me photos that they've taken and just kind of make just a general scrapbook of the rest of it and still send it to you.
Yeah. Oh, thanks.
You're
I thought you meant for
welcome.
you. Thank you. That's very
No, I did
cool.
it for both of us.
That's cool.
Both of our books are equally incomplete.
Empty.
Equally incomplete.
That's funny.
Yeah, I very much just got too into the socializing. And,
I totally get it. It's hard enough, I'm sure, just to get pictures. And if you're wanting to film anybody or, hey, I need you. It's probably that all day. So, yeah, I get it. No worries, man. I get it. I'm glad you had fun. I wish I could have gone.
You'll have so much fun at the Clash. Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I'm excited for you to go and have fun. It is just a blast.
Thank you. I'm going to go see my doctor here shortly and get another booster,
Mm-hmm.
I've had my main shot and a booster, so I wasn't even aware there were more boosters, so I'm going to go get a fresh one,
Yeah.
I wonder how far apart you have to wait. Like, could I get one next week and then get one right before I was leaving again? Or I don't know.
That would be
Probably
what,
not.
2 months?
Close
I think
to.
I think it is supposed to be like 2 months apart. I don't remember.
It might be a little close because this is August 10th.
Maybe.
So September, it'd be like 6 weeks, 5 weeks, maybe. Yeah, probably not, but one booster will do it. One booster and a mask and gel. Hey, leave him alone.
Yeah.
I'm telling the fish like they're going to do it. I had angelfish harassing an archerfish.
Scuba Steve says, I got a pic with Gina at the Crown. You sure did. And
yeah, you did.
Yep.
I screenshotted all those pictures.
Ian says, I could screenshot them. Yes.
That's what I did.
There we go.
Everybody posted pictures. I screenshot them and I've got them
Ian
in mine.
says, I'm still lurking and working.
What you doing, Ian? Fish tanks?
Now he's fondling and roasting nuts.
Are you fondling your roasted nuts again? Ian's got nice, warm, tasty nuts.
I'm getting paid for it. Wink is asking Ed, what's your most aggressive fish that you keep?
So it's killer guppies.
That's what Scuba C said. Ed is the master of guppies.
Yep. He's got a bunch, doesn't he?
Oh, Ed actually answered. He says, my ornate bikers, bashirs, whatever you say, they eat everybody, so they have to be alone.
That's too bad. I guess I know what to do if I ever get tired of these fish, right? Just get me a couple of bunchers and throw them in.
There you go.
See who's missing every day.
Mark says he thinks it's 4 weeks apart for the boosters.
Oh, well, if it is, I'll be getting another one too. It'd be wise. I know that she'll give me one no matter. You know, if I can get it, I mean, is what I meant to say. If I can get it in the time frame, she'll do it.
You said you were getting a booster tomorrow?
No, it's next week.
Next week. I'm sure you could ask.
Yeah, I definitely will.
Ian says, yep, lots of nuts today. Organic almonds.
Oh, man. Tasty. I couldn't stand to work there, man. I'd be begging the boss for, you know, the extra box, whatever's extra. Mm-hmm. Can I have that, please? And I'd be
Can I have what do they call it? What's that vegetable service that you can have, or you buy the ugly ones for discount? Like, can I have the misshapen almonds? Just keep them all aside. Like, these are all the bad ones. I hate to throw them away. I'll just take them home. Right.
All the little broken bits and pieces that you know they sell for something else, but still.
Ed says, I have one big threadfin acara that has killed a bunch of geos.
It's a regular threadfin, isn't it? I have albinos. I think he's got a regular one, which are really pretty.
Go ahead.
I just was going to say, these albino threadfins that I've got are some of the most colorful, beautiful fish I've ever seen.
Nice.
They're just stunning. Yellow and orange and red.
Christopher says the clash is at the end of the month, end of next month, right? So I'll definitely be there to pick you up.
Oh, that's sweet. Yeah, it is. It's the 24th, 25th, and 26th. Yep. I think the Thursday is the 22nd. So 23rd, 24th, and 25th. I don't know. I think
to say, I'm really glad that I decided to go to the Crown instead of Aquashella, especially from what I've heard from last weekend's Dallas's Aquashella. Like, apparently it was really loud and a lot of things were going on. And I probably would have been like just pulled in 50 million directions, especially because at Aquashella they have salt water. So I'd be like all into the salt water.
And it's more commercialized, you know, so you probably had more fun where you went, you know.
Yeah. I was talking to my boss about that. I asked him, I was like, do you ever go to any of these events? And he goes, no, I'd really like to go to an Aquashella. I was like, well, I think you should. The boss, I think you should go to Aquashella because that's where all the companies are advertising like their new stuff that they're about to put out. And you can make all those business connections.
That's right.
Versus the rest of us could go to these smaller shows and kind of, you know, enjoy ourselves.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was funny because I was telling my coworker that I can't go to Aquashella Chicago because that's when my sister's getting married. And she goes, dang it, that means I can't go either because you won't be here at the store. And I was like, I'm sorry.
That's right. Too bad.
Yeah. Sucks only having a 4-person crew.
Yeah. Yeah. How big is that store? I mean, I've seen a tour of it. It's pretty big.
And
seems pretty big.
It is. We're the biggest saltwater LFS in St. Louis. So that's in service area, that's in stock that we keep. So corals and fish, we have the biggest selection.
Wow.
Especially fish. Like a lot of the saltwater LFSs really concentrate on stocking up on coral frags. And so we have some frags, but we also have a lot of big colonies. So that's like the more mature, like when a frag grows out, it's called a colony.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of colonies, and then we just have a ton more selection of fish because we have the space for them.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a big store, but there's only 4 of us. There's the owner who's only really there consistently 2 days a week. And that's because my other female coworker, her and I are off on the same days.
Oh,
So
yeah.
we call it the boy days.
Right.
On Thursdays and Sundays, it's the boys that run the store. So
That's funny.
yeah, 2 boys, 2
Yeah.
girls.
That's cool. Whatever works.
Mm-hmm.
He got lucky getting you. He got very lucky getting you, and I'm sure he knows it. So.
Well, I do sometimes still make dumb mistakes, and that's because it's
Who
just,
doesn't?
it's overwhelming. I know, but I'm coming up on my 90-day review, and I'm kind of, anxiety is kicking in, like this conversation.
No.
Because he's apparently he's gotten better about it over the years, but he is one of those, he kind of does pick out the negative. He's really good about picking out the negative. So
that's too bad.
Yeah. I mean, I'm getting used to, like, we're learning each other.
Yeah.
Like there was one day I came in a few days ago and he goes, "Hey, I just want to remind you, and Frank, get over here. I just want to remind you that, you know, honesty is what builds this company, or, you know, we wanted the reputation of being honest. And if a fish isn't eating, we want you to be honest with a customer about it. If they're asking, just feed it, you know, show them that they're eating." And I was like, "Did something happen?" He goes,
right.
"No, nothing happened. But just so you know, just because I'm not in the store doesn't mean I don't talk to people." And I was like, "So did something happen?"
Exactly.
And he goes, No. I just wanted to remind you." And then I was talking to my coworkers later. I was like, "So did something happen that?" Because it was when I got back from the Crown. So I was like, "Did something happen over the weekend?" And they're like, "No." And I'm like, "Because he's going off about, like, being honest about feeding, being honest about how long a fish has been in the store." And even Elena, the other female worker, she was like, "We are, though." And I was like, "That's what I'm saying. Like, we are. Like, we do those things." And she goes, "Well, sometimes he comes across, he means well. He's just coming across in a weird way."
Right. And
we're all convinced. We're all convinced that we're all on the spectrum, just at different levels of the spectrum. So we're still like, we're just awkward with each other, and we're still learning each other and all that stuff. So I'm like, okay, as long as nothing happened,
you know,
and he's not telling me.
It could have been anything. He might have been checking out another store and overheard or saw something, and it just really pissed him off. And so he's like, "Look,
we don't do that." Yeah, you're right. We don't.
That's right. You can be proud of us because, we never do it.
Yep. And and that's what she said. She was like, "He does defend us all the time. So if somebody's saying like, oh, they said this fish was eating, but obviously it wasn't," it's like, no, it was eating for us. It's just that when he went to your tank, it stressed him out, and now he's not eating, but he was eating for us."
Yeah.
So, saltwater fish are just sensitive like that.
I'd love to come see your store. I think that'd be fun.
Yep.
I mean, I know you couldn't visit or whatever, but I would definitely make sure you're going to be there so I could meet you.
It depends on the day. Saturdays are our busiest day.
I bet.
Fridays tend to be hectic because that's usually fish delivery day, and we usually have at least 10 boxes of fish.
Sure.
Today we had 15.
Oh no.
It was a lot.
Yeah.
It was from two different vendors, so we had a lot of fish.
Oh yeah. It's another 50% more.
Yeah. Because last week we got from our smaller vendor. They have bigger boxes, so I say 4 boxes of fish, but that's actually like 8 boxes of fish from another vendor. So it was a smaller delivery. But yeah, this week it was 15. It was a lot.
Yeah.
And on a day that wasn't supposed to, like, we were down, Elena, my female coworker, she's out on maintenances. She does home and business maintenances on Wednesday. So it was just me and Frank. It was only 2 of us instead of 3 of us to sort out all these fish and float them and drip them and then put them away. And plus the dry good order came in. So it was just a hectic day.
Chaos.
Yeah.
So no Fridays or Saturdays. Stay away on the weekends.
Yeah. Sundays are hit or miss.
You're open 7 days a week?
Yes. 7 days a week. Nice. Yeah.
That's very nice. Yeah. I like your store.
Yeah.
What kind of hours does it keep?
So Monday through Friday it's 11 to 7. And then Saturday it's 10 to 7. And then Sunday it's 12 to 6.
Oh, nice. That's cool. Yeah. Those are good hours. Mm-hmm. Even if you have to pull a Sunday, it's not too bad. It doesn't wreck the whole day.
Right. Yep. Well, and they do that because we also do maintenance. And like I said, there's only 4 of us. And I'm the only one who doesn't
Right.
do maintenance right now because I'm concentrating on the store. We kind of have that deal worked out, which kind of
Good for
sucks because
you.
today,
Oh,
yeah. So today we did have somebody call and they did ask me, they're like, hey, so there's this business. And I know you said you don't really want to do maintenances, but I mean, it is some
right.
nice extra money because it's
Yeah.
2 different companies. Marine Solutions is the store, Reef Keepers is the maintenance. So it's
Gotcha.
like 2 sister companies. So they're
Gotcha.
like, so if you want, and I really considered it, except for when they got talking about it, it's a 220-gallon tank with a sump with fish and corals, but it's on the 2nd floor and they
Oh,
don't have an RODI system. So that means I would have to bring
hauling
water.
water. Yeah, no thanks.
Yep. And I'm like, nope, no, thank you. No, thank you. You lost me at no RO system.
That's right. And second floor. Yep, no
And
thanks.
so they're like, it has an elevator. And I was like, I don't care. I'm not taking 5 to 6
Barrels of
gallons of
water.
water. I'm not taking 5 or 6 5-gallon buckets of water.
No,
Nope.
not gonna
Nope.
do
No,
it.
thank you. One of you 2 boys can do it. I'm not
That's
doing
right.
it.
And while you're at it, talk them into a RODI.
Right. I'll take it over if they get an if you convince them to get an RODI unit, which I don't know why they wouldn't. They paid for a 220-gallon tank, stocked it.
You'd think.
RODI
Yeah.
unit is only like a couple $100. It's really compared to what they've already put into the tank. It's not that
Exactly.
much. But yeah,
And they'd have people willing to come work on it.
you're right. Right. But no, I'm the one who reliably is at the store, and that's kind of what I told my boss. I'm like, I don't want to pick up maintenances because what if I get held out at a maintenance one morning and then the shop has to open like an hour late? Then you're going to be missing out on, because we tend to be busy like the first 2 hours that we're open, and then the last like 3 hours. The afternoon tends to die off.
Yeah.
So it's really crucial to not open the store late because we do have a morning rush and we have an evening rush.
Right.
So
Right.
we need at least one of us to reliably be there at the store.
Sure.
So
Yeah. That's cool.
yeah.
What's your recent favorite at this store?
Like fish that we've gotten in.
Yeah. Or creature?
We just got a Maxima clam in today. It's big.
Really?
It's like 5.5 inches. It's like this
Wow.
big. It's huge. He didn't open up yet, so I'll have to check him out on Friday when I go, because I'm off tomorrow. I'll have to check him out tomorrow to see what his true color, like after he opens up and you can see all of his colors.
What color is the shell?
Like a tan, like a light
Tan
beige
color.
tan.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it's the flesh that, is the
Yeah.
wow factor. Usually they're blue, like a dark navy blue, and then they fluoresce like a light blue
What?
inside.
No
Yeah.
way.
They're so
That's
pretty.
awesome. I picked up a scallop at the beach one time. It had like 400 bright blue baby blue eyes. It freaked me out. I couldn't believe it.
Yep.
So cool.
We also got some blue striped pipefish in.
Oh yeah, cool.
And they're tiny. They're little babies. They're like this big. They're so
How big
cute.
will they get?
They'll probably get a good 4 to 6 inches. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah,
you should get some to go with your seahorses. That's cool.
I'm really thinking now that when I got those guys in, I was like, I might do just a pair of pygmy seahorses, and I might do like a pair of pipefish. I think that would be good.
Yeah, that'd definitely be good. Are the pygmy seahorses, like, I know they're tiny, but are they like the little ones that look red and bumpy, like the red and bumpy coral?
They can, like yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's cool.
They can. They're some species of them. Yep.
Tiny. What kind do you get?
We can order just assorted dwarf seahorses, so I might just do that. Just kind of leave it up. Might order like 6 of them for the store, and then I'll just take 2 of them.
And will they give you, like, in that order, will they give you 6 of the same kind, or will they divide it up? Sure. When they say random, is it just random our choice, or is it random, here's a bunch to pick from? You know what I mean?
No, so they pick. Yeah, it's just a surprise to us. Yeah. Gotcha. And usually that vendor is pretty good about mixing it up, because we've ordered like assorted blennies, and they'll send like 2 or 3 different kinds.
Oh, nice.
They're not all the same.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love blinnies and gobies and stuff, man. That's
Mm-hmm.
my thing. And those
Yep.
mandarin ones, I guess they come in different patterns, but the one I like is like the LSD one that's like blue and orange and all those circles that are all weird. Yeah, I like those a lot.
Yeah.
I'd keep a tank just for those.
So it has the circles on it, not just the wavy patterns, but actual circles.
Yeah.
So that's a Target.
Right.
That's a Target mandarin. Yep. We just got some of those in today. We got the yellow Targets.
Oh, no. What's something like that cost? How much is something like that?
So mandarins at our store are $35.
Is that all?
Mm-hmm.
Shoot.
$35. Yep.
It's the $9,000 you have to put into the tank.
It's the seeding it with copepods before you get them, and we make sure people seed their tank before they get a mandarin, because we've had too many people go, oh yeah, I had one guy buy a mandarin, and I asked him at checkout, I was like, oh, did you need a bottle of pods? And he goes, no, it'll be fine. I was like, no, it won't be fine. But okay, whatever.
Yeah.
He came back like 2 hours later, and he's like, yeah, I'm here for some pods. I'm like, yeah, I'm sure you are.
At least he came back.
Yeah.
Dang. Yeah. I hate when people don't know what they're doing. I mean, we don't all know everything. I just mean, I hate when people like, and I've done it. I've bought a fish on the spot back when I could, when I had a free tank, not knowing who he went with, knowing that he could go in soft water, knowing a little bit about him, knowing what he ate. But I can't imagine buying a fish and not knowing what he eats or what he needs, or, like you wouldn't go buy a puppy and do that,
Well, some people do.
I know. Oh my gosh.
I know that from working at Petco.
I couldn't do it. I'd be telling people off. I'd get in trouble.
It's so funny because I follow a lot of like hairdressers and other like fast restaurant workers on TikTok. Yeah. And, I'll be going through TikTok and seeing their stories, and I'm laughing because I was like, oh yeah, I believe it. And then you look at the comments and people are like, you made that up. People don't actually do that. And it's just like, Nathan was one of those people until I started coming home with stories. And he goes,
oh man,
I never used to believe that these are real, but since us being together and years of you coming home with these stories, he's like, it's got to be real. And I'm like, yeah, it is real. People are really like that.
Stupidity is real.
I've realized that I've been ranting and ignoring chat. I'm sorry, everybody.
Oh, so rude.
Brennan says, I enjoyed The Crown too. I needed a vacation from work. I don't think I would have. I don't think I have so much. I don't think I would have so much if it was a bigger event. It was difficult enough to deal with that. Yep. Mm-hmm.
I can't imagine bringing the fish. That's what kills me.
Yeah. And he had a whole system. He had air pumps and a splitter, and had each air sponge filter in each bucket. Yeah. Portable tanks is what he had.
That's how Jason did too. Misfit. Mm-hmm. I mean, not Misfit. Depths Unknown.
Yep.
Certainly did. Yeah, I couldn't imagine it, especially on an airplane. If you were driving, maybe, but on an airplane, just, I don't know.
I don't know if they would allow it.
They will.
More than like 1 or 2 buckets.
I don't know what they allow as far as buckets, but you are allowed to carry fish, which kills me because you can carry 3 ounces of liquid, but you can carry bags of fish. Right. I guess they figure if a fish is swimming in it, it's not gasoline or whatever.
Yeah, it's not kerosene or butane or whatever.
Yeah.
Ed says, next time I'm in St. Louis, I'm going to go by the store. I used to go there like 20 years ago. Yeah, that was with the old owners. So, yep, it's under new ownership, new location.
Very cool. Yep.
Debbie Holding, I think, has said that she's clocking into work. Yep.
Hi, Debbie. I'm so glad everyone came to be with us. That's so sweet.
I'm
so glad happy birthday.
I'm so glad people are sending you PayPal money to help you with the Clash. And
man, I cannot thank you enough, because that is just awesome. I appreciate look, money's hard to come by. People work hard for their money. I truly appreciate from the bottom of my heart. I appreciate y'all helping me. That's just amazing. Thank you so much. Truly.
But she says, Gina, you're doing great. And Bunny Viper. Oh, thank you.
We're trying.
Zen
Gina's
wants
great.
to
I'm
know-
still learning.
Aw, thank you.
You're
I had a
welcome.
brain fart last night. I was talking to Brennan after the stream last night. I'm like, I had a brain fart and you didn't help me, and now I feel like an idiot. Now I feel like everyone thinks I'm an idiot and I don't know what I'm talking about. The whole
What
alkalinity pH thing. And I was like,
no.
I had a brain
What,
fart and I just could not think straight. And I was like,
Gina? I
my
am an
credibility's
idiot.
out the window.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. We've all stumbled over that. And, I'll just be honest right now. I have never understood water chemistry. Never.
Yeah.
I have yet to have it shown to me in a way that I could understand. I don't get it. I know kind of my numbers from the strips. I know what water my fish can maintain. I keep them in clean water.
Yeah.
Except for, like one jumping out. I haven't lost anybody, for 2 years.
Yep.
So everybody's doing well,
There you
well,
go.
I have two, but it was age or it was, different kinds of things, but it wasn't sickness and it wasn't, whatever. I take care of them. I just don't understand water chemistry. I just don't.
Yeah.
I need it taught to me like someone was teaching a second grader. I really need it like really broken down, and I get too confused. I don't know why I can't wrap my head around it. I just cannot.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Zen wants to know, can you put mandarin gobies in a colony with a large enough tank, or is pairs the max without abnormally large amounts of room? So you can, as long as you have one male. You can have multiple females, but only one male, because the males will fight each other. Even if you only have a pair. So they're top fin. The males will have like a more elongated, showier top fin, especially on the front part, right behind their head.
The females are still real colorful and
yep.
Nice.
They'll just have a shorter top fin.
I'd have a massive colony of those. I'd have enough room, and I'd keep one boy, and he could be king of his castle, and that's And can you mix different species together?
You can. Yep, as long as there's one male.
One male.
Yep.
One male in total, or one male of each type?
One male total.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow.
So pick your favorite and get the male of that kind.
Gotcha.
Yep.
That's very cool. Yeah, I'd love to do that.
Poor Ed's been struggling to type a message, and he keeps retracting because I guess typos. He says, okay, let's see if I can say it correctly this time. I'm going to get 2 red and yellow clownfish and 2 shrimp for my first saltwater tank. Nice.
Excellent. Very cool.
Is that, so you said red and yellow. I assume you probably mean like a gold maroon clown. I think those are the only ones I can think of off the top of my head that are red and yellow that are clownfish. I think they're maroons. Like gold lightning or gold nuggets. What if I don't like the new owner? He's really good with customers. He's a hard ass with us employees, but it's his store. It's his money that's being put into the store. So it's fully understandable, but he's great with customers. Oh my God, just don't bring up Bitcoin. Don't bring up Bitcoin. Oh my God.
I totally will. I'll ask him if I can pay.
Don't. Oh my God. No, and he'll say yes, and he'll get excited.
Oh no.
Yeah, we accept Bitcoin. I don't know how. Nobody's ever paid with Bitcoin, so I've never been shown how to do it, but apparently we do.
That's funny.
Oh my God, do not. I made that mistake.
I mean, you might as well trade popsicle sticks, right?
Right.
What is that?
What's what?
What is that? This sound?
Oh, that's my son. He's awake.
Oh, okay. How old is he?
He's 12.
Aw.
Yeah.
Do you need to be with him? Do you need to go be with him because it's so early?
No, he's fine.
Okay.
He's lulling himself back to sleep.
Aww. Aww. That's precious.
Then I plan on getting a mandarin like in a year after my tank is aged. Good plan. Perfect plan. Can seahorses and gobies live in the same tank? Yes, they can.
You just need a whole lot of copepods. That's what I learned.
For mandarin gobies, yes, because they both eat the copepods. But regular gobies, like if you have nanos, like masked gobies, green bar gobies, the little nano guys. They'll eat frozen, so you don't have to worry about
that's
them.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I want the difficult one. Yeah.
Mandarins.
I want the pretty high maintenance one. Yeah.
So you're also going to have a saltwater green water tank and colonize your own copepods.
Apparently. Apparently so.
Yeah.
That's cool. I don't know that I could ever wrap my head around salt. I hear everybody say it's what 0.12 or 0.0125 or something, right?
Yeah, so between 1.018 to 1.02, I probably wouldn't go like above 2.8.
18 to 28. Well, I don't
18
see.
to 28.
I don't even know how to do that. Do you mix your water and test it and then dump it in your tank? It's crap.
So you learn. So like in
but if you can't automatically do it, that sucks. Like if you had to lift buckets and do it by hand.
There's instructions on the salt bag. Usually I think it's a cup per 5. Yeah, I forget. I don't know. I just know that adding like 10 to 12 cups in my 30-gallon tote usually gets me.
Cool.
Usually gets me there.
And then what? You just use a pump or something to?
Yeah, I have a power head in there that's constantly mixing it.
Well, that sounds easy enough.
Yep.
I guess the salinity changes as the water evaporates.
Yep. And so I have a lid on it. So yeah, if it evaporates, it collects on the lid and goes back into the bucket.
That's cool. That doesn't sound that difficult.
Mm-mm.
The money sounds like a problem, but the rest of it.
It's a lot of upfront money, but once the tank is stabilized and going, maintenance really isn't that bad. As long as you're keeping everything stable.
And I guess you can use any old tank, right? Can you use just a regular freshwater aquarium for that? Because who knows what you're going to put in an aquarium when you buy it, right? So
right.
Excellent. And something, what was it? Crabs or shrimp or something that eat the silicone?
So
what picks on the silicone?
So any crab could. But that's only if you accidentally hit the silicone with your scraper and start to separate it. Then they're gonna, because then algae is gonna grow there, and they're actually trying to pick at the algae.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense.
Can someone add too many copepods to a tank? Nope. Absolutely not.
How do you know if you're running out? Your fish starve to death.
Your mandarins will start to get skinny.
Oh no.
Or because if you have a true colony of copepods, you'll see them. Like the adults get like the size of your pinky nail. They get pretty sizable.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do they hide in the sand or swim around or what?
In the rock. Oh, yeah, in the rock and the filtration and the sponges. So when you're building a true colony of copepods, that's kind of the point, is that you want to have the pods in there so that the adults can grow, so the mandarins can't eat the adults. So they're breeding, and then the mandarins are eating the youngins. So. And
how long does it take to build a colony like that? Say I had a tank all set up, however it needed to be prepared, and now it's time for copepods. How long does it take them to?
About a month or two. Yeah, it doesn't take long. Mm-mm.
That's not bad. And what do you feed them?
Phytoplankton.
Phytoplankton.
Yep.
Okay.
Which you can also buy in a bottle. So.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
I can empty a bottle. That's not a problem.
Yep. It's in the same refrigerator as the copepods.
Are they expensive?
Nope. I think
cool.
we have a big 32-ounce bottle, and I think it's $25 or $29. It's about $1 per ounce. So, yep.
So really, I mean, if you have your tank and stuff, it's the equipment, right? It's the filtration and stuff that costs so much money.
Yeah, there's a lot of upfront costs for the equipment. Yep.
Well, that's cool. If I ever do it, I know who to talk to.
Yes, me and Brennan and ABC. Yeah. ABC is super. People always forget about Kenny. He's super experienced also.
That's because we put him in the, bizarre, native fish and, shiner. That's what I think of when I think. And
he's the shiner guy.
He's the shiner guy. That's right. And I'm the one with the weird combination of fish. I put the
Yep.
weirdest things together, but they work, so I enjoy them for sure.
Zen is asking, now, in said tank with the hypothetical seahorses and mandarin gobies, what, if any, rock coral or anemones, because I know the horsies are sensitive to lots of stuff, could be in it? So no anemones. Anemones are
Okay.
stinging, so you cannot have anything stinging with seahorses. Mandarins would be fine, but the seahorses, because they're going to try to hitch onto things, and if it's stinging,
Oh,
it'll
gonna
sting
grab
them.
them. Yeah, that's not
So
cool.
no anemones. Most soft corals are fine. So like zoanthids, which have a lot, huge color variety with zoanthids. Mushrooms also have a huge color variety. You can really color up a tank easily. Leathers would be great, like finger leathers, because that's perfect little hitches for the seahorses. It's the stony corals that you'll have to start being careful with, because they tend to have the stinging feeder tentacles that they grab food with.
Well, now, oh, go ahead.
But yeah, no, I think that was it.
Well, not anemones, but the zoanthus.
Mhm.
When you buy something like that, is that something? I know you bring it home and you attach a plug to something. Can you stick it on your live rock? Can you like glue it to your live rock, or
Yep.
so you
So
can get live
sometimes,
rock and start there and buy
yes.
those things and stock them up and stock up some copepods
And usually live rock that you buy now actually have holes big enough for those plugs, so your plug isn't showing. It's not
that's
like
cool.
just ugly stick that's just glued to the side of your rock.
Right. Because
So
that
yeah,
stuff grows
usually the
slowly,
plugs.
right?
So no, actually soft corals grow pretty quickly.
Oh, cool.
As long as your levels and as long as your tank is balanced. So yeah, you just stick the plug right in and it sits flush with your rock, and then the zoa would grow over it.
I've seen, I don't know what they call them, but I've seen things for your plugs, like a plug holder, like a skull or something like that, to get things
Yeah.
to grow all over. That's pretty funny.
Yep. And then they
Yeah.
have like tables or domes that have
Oh, nice.
actually have plug holes and stuff. Yeah, they have all
That'd be
kinds of
cool.
stuff.
That'd be cool to get domes and just cover each one with one thing, and just have a big dome of it. That'd be cool.
Yep. That'd be
Very
really
cool.
cool for your really fast growing stuff. So like your green star polyps carpet really fast, and they tend to take over a whole rock. Like if you put it on your main rock work, they tend to take over. Pulsing zinnias, which are like a clove polyps, tend to grow really quickly and take over. But yeah.
That's
Ian says
awesome.
everyone needs a saltwater tank. That's my goal, Ian, is get everybody to do it. Just do it.
I'm almost ready. I don't have a tank, but it's something to save for in the future, maybe. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I'd love to have the gobies.
Yes. Christopher says, I got a jellyfish lava lamp. I haven't set it up yet, but it looks like it will be cool. Oh, that is neat.
I love lava lamps.
Mm-hmm.
I always wanted the one with blue water and white lava in it. Never had one, but that's the one I like. I think it's really cool. Jellyfish are another cool thing. I love those big drum aquariums that they're in. There's a video on YouTube about how some guy built one. I was like, that's pretty impressive.
Jellyfish.
Yeah, no kidding.
Whenever I was at the Crown and Bex was messaging Steven about those freshwater jellies, I got so freaking excited.
Yeah.
He showed me a picture and I instantly go, those are jellyfish. And he goes,
I know.
Yeah, we found that out now because he was talking to like Dan's Fish and some other people. And he's like, yeah, that's what they said. But it just took me 2 seconds. He's like, I wish I was around you earlier because you just,
I know.
in 2 seconds, you knew what they were. And I was like, because I was just researching them like 2 weeks ago.
I never heard of such a thing. Was it Bex that had them or Brookley?
It was Bex that had them. Or no.
Bex.
Was it? Or was it Brookley?
It might have been Bex. I want to say it was Bex.
Yeah.
She got rid of them all, and I was like, no, man.
To be fair, anytime something weird is in your tank, the first thing everyone always says is do a water change.
Get rid of it, sure.
Yeah. So to be fair, she did the right thing if it was something
she
bad.
Didn't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just I'd love to accidentally end up with some jellyfish, man. That's fantastic. Can you buy that? Can you go buy some freshwater jellyfish?
I have not seen it, but they're supposed to be native. I don't remember if they are native as far out as you, but this is the time of year that they're usually in their jellyfish phase.
That's
So,
crazy. How long
yeah,
do they stay in that phase?
like 2 or 3 months.
And then what do they turn into?
Well, no, and then they have babies, and then the
Ah,
babies are larvae. So then, that's their
so then
final
there's
stage. And
more.
then so they
Yeah.
die. But yeah, they spawn and then they die, and then the babies are in a
Oh,
larval phase. The rest.
yeah,
So I
getting
guess kind of
eaten.
like, what are those? What do they call those? The type of killifish that only live like a year. So you have to
Oh,
essentially breed
annuals or
them.
semi-annuals. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So they're
I
kind of like
have.
that.
I've got some killifish, but they've lived they've been alive 2 years now. They're the 6 barge kind, so apparently
Mm-hmm.
they live a while. And they've been having babies left and right. I was fishing them out, these tiny little fry. I'm like, oh, y'all are getting eaten. So I snatched them
Oh,
out and I've been putting them in a 10-gallon so they wouldn't get eaten. And
yep.
then there were like 3 more, and I was like, really? But the fish didn't
Uh-huh.
seem to be bothering them. I do have some floating plants, and I've got other plants, which is where they go. They go to the bases of the plants and hide out, and they're so tiny. Till I
Mm-hmm.
feed, then they all come out. And I left the last 3 in the killifish tank. I just decided I was going to leave those 3 and see what happened. Because if they don't eat them, then I'm just going to leave them next time. I've
Yep.
doubled my amount. I had 9, and now I've got at least 18. So
There you go.
yeah, they need a different tank. They're in a 20 long and the fryer in a 10. But and they had a better setup in the past. I like their setup, but the driftwood I had, it was so old, it absolutely would not quit creating tannins, and I didn't know that Purigen would take tannins out of the water. If I'd have known that, then so I pulled
Yeah.
the wood. I was really pissed about the wood, but they loved it. It was a piece of hollowed out trunk, and it had it had points on it, so it ended up being about 2.5 feet long, hollowed out like in a C shape, so it was hollow where you could see it. And then I had a wave maker in there, and they loved that. And now they're just in a tank with some plants, and they're just hiding, and I don't like it, so I'm gonna have to fix them up. Now that I know the
Right.
Purigen trick, I'll buy that tank of filter because
There
all
you
it has
go.
is a sponge filter in it. So
Yeah.
yeah.
Ed says, I got everything now. I just need to mix the water. Also missing one little black piece of tub to my filter. I think the cat's got a hold of it. Oh
Oh
no.
no. Oh no.
Zen's asking, I don't know if you'll know which one I mean, but what kind of coral is it? Is the one in your store? That the best way I can describe it is a big glowing green bagel / donut shape.
I get it. I don't know what she means, but I get it.
It might be like the Welsey or the meat corals, and
Did you say meat? Like
yeah,
MEAT?
mm-hmm,
Meat
yep,
coral.
meat coral. Yeah,
That's
because
disgusting.
it's a so it's a skeletal base, but the flesh puffs out, so it just looks like a big chunk of meat. Like you don't see the skeletal
Ew.
structure at all. So they call it a
Gross.
meat coral. So that's like your trachees, your Welseys, your
Great.
acanthophilia.
You've got a meat one named trachea, like a trachea. That's
Yeah.
disgusting.
Mm-hmm.
Blah.
And I don't know. Probably not, because they do have feeding tentacles, and if the seahorse like brushes up against it, it could activate a feeding response.
Oh no. Find a
Um,
little seahorse stuck in the middle. That'd be horrible.
yeah.
And so is that the ones that look like, I don't know, a flower, and they take a leg and dip it in their mouth? Like they catch things and then they dip
Mm-hmm.
one and dip. I think that's the coolest thing. That's
Yep.
a meat one.
Meat coral. Yep.
Meat coral. Well, I like it a little better, but they should have named it something
Ed.
else.
Ed says, I'm going to kill everything in my saltwater, I bet. Not with me
No,
and
you're
Brennan and
not.
ABC as your coach, you won't.
You're not going to kill it. And if you do, it's part of the learning process. We've all killed freshwater fish.
Aw, Jenny Lynn. Hello, Gina, Bunny, and everyone stopping by to send
Hi.
some love. Got to get ready for work. Aw, thank you,
Hi,
Jenny Lynn.
Jenny. Nice to see you.
Scuba Steve says he's got the silver and black lava lamp. Ooh, I bet that's pretty.
Ooh, I bet it is too.
So, like, is that a glitter lava lamp, or is like the lava silver so it looks like metal?
Ooh.
That would
Oh,
be
like
cool.
mercury. It would look like mercury in there. Oh, that'd be awesome.
Ed says he has a red and gold lava lamp. Ooh.
I haven't had one since my cousin burned her bedroom down with one. I think something fishy was going on in there, though. I think some of the older teen cousins went in there to do bad drugs and knocked it over. That's what I think happened.
Yeah.
And they just let it burn the house down. But it still makes me nervous now. I'm like, I have too many things plugged in this room.
Right.
Electrician would have a stroke. My mom's friend is coming here to visit us on a Saturday. And he'll see my tanks and stuff. And I'm just like, oh, my God, he's going to freak because he was an electrician. And it's just like, oh. You know, I've got like the 6-plug outlet in every outlet and sometimes 2, you know, it's like, good grief.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad about that too.
I think everybody is that has aquariums because, I mean, you need everything. You need the filter and you need the air and you need the light.
Well, it was funny because for the competition tanks at the Crown, they were daisy chaining power strips. And even Scuba Steve, he's like, I didn't realize that you could do that. And I was like, well, you're not supposed to.
Nope, you're not supposed to.
You're not supposed to do that.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have the Abe's Creek Bosemani, and they're like, there's several males and several females, and most of them are just kind of, right now they're still kind of blue and orange instead of purpley and orange, but they're one of the males has a lot of stripes and the other ones don't. So I'm thinking that's the dominant male because I know they can just turn on their stuff, right? Everybody can turn on their stripes and spots, and that's so weird. So he's the dominant boy. Cool.
I would imagine so. If he's flashier and colored different, yeah, I would assume that that's the dominant one.
Yeah, me too.
Ed says you can get jellyfish here, you just have to have a round tank that cycles water. I had to talk my dad out of a jellyfish tank that we saw at the aquatic experience like 6 years ago. Yeah, but we're talking about freshwater jellies.
Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking about freshwater jellies.
And they're teeny, but we love real jellies.
Yes.
Like boxed jellyfish or something, that'd be great.
Zen says, oh my God, I Googled. That's it. Of course, I meant meat coral. Yep.
Meat coral.
Oh, and apparently Daniken is still here.
Hi,
Kenny. So Zen's asking, so the brain and the meats are probably a no-no? Now I'm sad. So the brain corals should be fine. It's the meat corals that I'm iffy on. But the brains...
the seahorses, right?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they'd be fine with the mandarins. We keep mandarins in with our meat corals. They're fine. Oh, Scuba Steve with his black and silver lava lamp. He says the lava is black and the base and the top are chrome and silver. Oh, okay, that's still cool though.
What color is the water?
Probably clear. And then you can see the black.
Oh, like
lava.
tar blobs. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Yeah, I always liked the one with blue water and white lava. I always thought that one was cool.
Oh, Kenny E says, yeah, he's been lurking, dealing with some crap, LOL, not fish related. I'm sorry, Kenny.
Oh, yeah, we don't want you to have to deal with crap. We need to beat somebody up. We will.
Mark, Gina asking for a friend. Do meat corals grow to 6 inches long? They get as large as they'll get. Like, they keep growing as long as they have space.
You should have named him Viagra Coral.
And Scuba Steve says, sure, Mark, for a friend, LOL. It's okay if you want to know.
You'd probably sell a lot of them if you named him Viagra Coral.
Schlong corals.
That's right. Cockstones. Love it.
Dong corals.
There you go. There you go.
No, we have some at work that are like this big around, like as big as my head. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And they'll keep going.
I hate they call it a meat coral. That's just gross.
Yeah.
My mom would never buy it. She's so funny about names, like paint names. She'll be looking at 2 different blues. And if one is named Soft Baby's Breath Blue and the other one's named, blue, she'll always pick the one with the prettier name. I'm like, well, there's people who that's their whole job is to name colors,
Zen's
Get 'em, Wednesday.
So tree corals are okay. Aren't those soft, or am I wrong? Yeah. So the tree corals are fine. Those are soft ones.
What kind do you usually see them on? What kind of coral? And grass too, right? They get on long grasses and stuff,
Yep. They'll
or
anything
whatever.
that they can wrap their tail around.
Yeah,
So a lot of people will do leathers, like the green finger leathers. A lot of people will do gorgonias, which are considered a soft coral,
kind of.
but some are more needy than others because there's two different types of gorgonias. There's photosynthetic, which tend to not have bright colors. They tend to be more muted. And then you have your non-photosynthetic, which tend to be like your bright orange ones, your red ones, your blue ones. Usually, if you see a gorgonia and it's a super bright color, it's non-photosynthetic, so you have to feed it like the phytoplankton and stuff. Um, they tend to be a little bit more needy. Sponges, like branching sponges, a lot of people will
Yeah,
get for
yeah,
them. Or just you'll see like the bird toys, those bird links, like the little chain
yeah,
links.
yeah.
People will attach a rock to one end and let the others float, and then the
Afloat.
seahorses will
Oh,
attach to that.
that's cool. You could do like an
hmm
anchor on the bottom and float a chain. That'd be cool.
Yep. You just don't want
Very
an
cool.
actual metal chain because the metal will
No,
corrode and mess with your water chemistry. So
sure.
has to be plastic.
That's very cool though. I like it. Yeah, my tank would be full of the neon colored stuff. I just have to. It kills me when anything living can do that. You know, that axolotl I had bought from Jess's was a super glow. You know, both his parents were the glow kind, but I just couldn't carry that off. I couldn't get the room cold enough when I lost my AC. That just wasn't, I couldn't get the tank cold enough.
Oh my God, I was almost about to having to start freeze water bottles last weekend when my AC went out. My tanks
Oh
got up to
no.
like 85 degrees, and I was like, "Oh, I need to do something." But then the family friend came over and he rigged the AC to work. So
Good.
it's the motherboard that we think got fried again. I think with all the
Oh
electrical storms
no.
we had, I think there
Oh
was a power surge and it fried the motherboard again.
yeah.
This happened
Yeah.
like a year and a week ago. Um, So he tried to call around to find the part, but apparently it's on back order for 2 weeks,
Oh,
the motherboard. So
right.
he rigged it to bypass the motherboard because the thermostat is still talking to the outside unit and still
Oh,
trying to kick on and off. So that's still communicating
sure.
and working. But now he's rigged the fan to stay on. So the house is constantly circulating. And then
Nice.
the AC kicks on and off when it needs to.
Hey.
So I'm not going to like this next electric bill because that fan is
No.
constantly running.
Yeah.
So,
Well, see, our house is
yeah.
made out of rocks, and so it gets heated up by the sun, and it stays that way. You know, about 9 o'clock at night when the air was working, it's like, well, it's kind of wanting to work now, so it's a little cooler. But I think my room's about 82 degrees, and I don't know how unless it's just circulation. But my aquariums don't get quite that warm. So,
Well, my house got up to like 89.
wow,
Yeah.
yeah,
That
that's
night that
no
I was
good.
streaming with Brennan, that I had my camera off, it was 89 in the house, and that's when
No, thank you.
I looked at my saltwater tank because it has the ink bird, so it has a digital display of what the temperature was, and it was at 85, and I was like,
Ooh,
oh, we're right on the
yeah,
edge of having to do something.
I
But
live
it was
in
nighttime, so
I live in fear of power outages. You know, we get them for a little while, but a couple of years back, we had one that lasted 3 or 4 days, and I just don't even know what to do. I have a
yeah.
power inverter, I guess, which is
hmm
what someone suggested. As a matter of fact, I think it was Kenny of ABC.
hmm
So I bought the power inverter instead of whatever you would use, the backup, a battery bank or whatever. And I guess, you know, you plug that into your car and run your car and then run a, you know, thing in. And that's great, except one time we lost our power for about 20 minutes and I freaked out because the car was in the shop. I was like, well, this never occurred
Oh,
to me, but if the car isn't there or it doesn't have enough gas to run it for, you know, days, then what do? I guess you cut it off, run to the gas station, get some gas and come back, you know, because they'll have oxygen for a while. But yeah, I'm afraid I'm going to have to get a good power bank or something. It's just they're hundreds of dollars, and so I don't want to
yeah.
make another mistake. You know, I want to get the right kind and I'm not sure if that's like a computer tower or what that might be. I don't
Right.
know.
Um,
So that's tricky.
I think I heard Brennan talk about it, but I heard somebody talk about it essentially taking a car battery and then putting one of those power inverter things, attaching that to it, and then using that as like a backup battery.
Oh yeah. I guess you could do that. A new battery would hold juice for quite a while.
Right.
I don't know how I'd wire it. That would make me nervous. I could talk to my mom's electrician friend though. He'd know. And then I just have to put that battery like away from where the dogs could go put their nose on it, because that wouldn't be good, I don't think. They had a wet nose, you know.
Oh yeah. But
I
just
mean, I don't know.
put a laundry basket over it.
Yeah, it seems like it would shock them. So
yeah.
That's not cool.
Zen says, okay, new official saltwater bucket list tank. A 240 with seahorses, 4 males, because I don't want babies, and 4 mandarins, 1 male, 3 females, tree and gorgonia corals with copious copepods. Perfect. Sounds. Oh, and you'll need inverts. You'll need crabs and snails for your cleanup crew. But yeah, sounds perfect. Brennan commented that would have been me, yes. The inverter has node clamps that clamp to the nodes of the truck or car battery.
Oh, well, duh.
I don't know what that.
God, I'm a dumbass.
I don't know what that means. That was a lot of boy talk.
It means the little clips that would go on it. But see, mine doesn't have that as far as I know. Mine plugs into the lighter. So I think that's where it gets its juice.
The inverter has the clamps.
Okay. Yeah, he's saying an inverter could have posts. I don't think mine does, but it might. I mean, I don't know. It's in a box in case I need it. I should figure it out. I figure they'd have oxygen enough for me to know, long enough for me to pull out a flashlight, read the instructions, and, plug everything in. They don't need a light. They don't need, they don't have to have it if there weren't enough plugs. So,
right.
I had my big
Christopher. Go ahead. I'm about to change the subject. No, I'm about to change the subject. Go ahead.
I was too. I was just going to say I had this big filter on the 60 and it went off and I didn't notice for about 5 days. I didn't notice that it was off, but I had 2 giant sponge filters running in the tank. That's the only thing that saved my fish. Otherwise they'd have been dropping dead and I wouldn't have, I'd have been like, what is wrong with my fish? Well, duh. Yeah. So anyway, go ahead. Christopher
wants me to ask you if you are ready for that snake. I think she wanted a ball python.
I would love a ball python, but I'm trying to go to the Clash. That's my goal. I would like to have
after
a ball
the Clash.
python, but
she wants it after the Clash.
I've got a couple of things I need to do first because I want to buy a nice setup and get everything it needs and all that. But yeah, I want a piebald ball python. Ball python. Oh my god!
I love the piebald. They're so cute.
I do too. I've seen a couple that I really would have bought. I've seen other ones that was just as ugly as they could have been. So I don't want just any one. I want to pick it. But yeah, definitely.
Because each one's unique.
Yeah, no, I'm just collecting money for the Clash. If someone handed me $400 and said, "Here's for your snake," I'd say, "Gee, thanks, but I really have to go to the Clash." I would rather have an experience than, and I don't mean to call a snake a thing, but a thing. You know what I mean? I'd rather do something than have something. Yeah. Yep. Right now.
Brennan says, yeah, they have the cigarette lighter ones and then bigger ones with the clamps. Yes.
Yeah, mine has the cigarette lighter. Mine has the cigarette lighter thingy. I don't know how many.
Now Christopher's asking, do they have those at the Clash? I would assume he means ball pythons. Probably not.
No, just fish.
Just fishies.
Feel free to donate to the cause.
Yes. I have it. I have her PayPal
but I'm teasing
in the comments.
Don't you worry about a thing, Christopher. If you happen to be in town on Thursday near the airport, we need to trade phone numbers. Do you know my email address? Well, yeah, you know my email address. That was a stupid question. Of course you do. Send me your phone number if you don't mind it. And I'm trying to collect a few numbers before I go of people that'll be there so that not just for the ride, but so that I can connect. Hey, where are you guys?
Yeah.
Hey, are you guys going to dinner yet? Or hey, we're going to such and such. Want to join us? Kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
I think that's kind of what was the fubble whenever we went fishing, is that we didn't have everybody's phone number. I mean, we could have messaged on Discord, but not everybody was checking Discord.
No,
So
everybody was
text
too busy.
messages would have been better. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Zen asked, any fish that could go or that could swim around freely in there too. Not that gobies aren't fish, but they don't swim around the water column.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if seahorses are fish, and they sort of wiggle. So the seahorses, as long as your flow isn't too high, the seahorses will swim around. But yeah, you could have fish that swim around too. Goby firefish would be fine. You're talking like a 200-gallon tank. Oh, there's a ton of fish that you could get. You could get wrasses. We keep leopard wrasses with our seahorses. Mm-hmm. They're super pretty. So and leopard wrasses, you can have more than one. So we keep the black leopard wrasses, the regular basic leopard wrasse, and then the vermiculate leopard wrasses, which have more red to them. Yeah. Oh yeah, there's a ton of fish that you can get to go with seahorses. Pipefish, you can get pipefish.
Are most saltwater fish, like you said, this or some of those? Is it kind of like these where you keep, one of certain types, but you keep groups of other types? And
so there's schooling and non-schooling, and there's some that are aggressive with their own kind. There's some that do fine with their own kind. So it's
just the water that's different and the equipment. Yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's cool. Hopefully a lot of freshwater knowledge would carry over into salt. If you know how to keep them fresh, then just learn the salt part, and that'd be great.
It's just that a lot of things are classified weird, so there's not like the general, like you can talk about rainbow fish or schooling, but then you can't say that about gobies, because like a mandarin goby is not really a goby. It's
right.
And then like you have your shrimp gobies, which you can keep together, but then you have your sleeper gobies, like your sand sifting ones, that usually you don't want to have too many in a tank. They are territorial with their own kind. And a 200-gallon, you probably could have 2 of them, but that's it. But yeah, you really have to look at the species of fish and really look at like the scientific name to really know the classification stuff, because the street names or the layman's names are not accurate. So carpenter wrasses are another good one. Brennan recommended carpenter wrasses. They're very pretty too.
Cool. I know I'm a big fan of sand sifters now, man. They keep that sand spotless. My geos and stuff keep that sand spotless. I love it.
Mm-hmm.
My pea puffers, on the other hand, are making a mess.
Yeah.
I'm half tempted to toss them into the big tank and say, here, whoever can eat them, have a snack. Not really. I love them, but they're going to be a pain.
Yeah. Ian's asking, Gina, I have an equipment question. Will the Ice Cap battery backup work for my Nero 3?
That was Chinese.
So Ice Cap is a brand, and they make a battery backup meant for your fish tank. Like it's one of those that you keep plugged in, and then when the power goes out, then the battery kicks on, and it's meant to be a backup just for your fish tank.
That's what I would like.
I don't know a whole lot about it because we don't sell them in the store, so I'm slowly like learning all the equipment. I pull a couple boxes every day, and I'm reading the specs and doing research on everything so I can learn, because my boss knows everything. Oh my God. I could pick up a piece of equipment and he goes on a whole tangent about like the manufacturing. He knows everything. And I'm like, how do I get like you? How do I get to be knowledgeable like you?
Just
oh my God.
You're doing. Just what you're doing.
So I'm slowly getting there, but we don't carry that in the store, so it's not one that I'm too familiar with.
Yeah.
Brennan might know. Brennan knows more about like the variety of equipment, because he deals with maintenances of different people. So
yeah,
it's come off.
It has, man.
It took a few hours, but it did come off.
It's come off, and this hair is going to be a mess. It's coming out. I've got the worst headache. It's just killing me with all this nonsense going on. So we're going to do something about that real quick.
So Zen looked up the leopard wrasse. Yep, the black leopard wrasse, the vermiculate, which is the scientific name. I forget what the layman's term or the street name is. But if you type in
Vermiculate.
I had to actually type in the whole scientific name earlier when I was looking up prices on them. But if you just go to wrasses and look for reef safe wrasse, it'll be listed as a leopard, like something leopard wrasse, and it's slightly more red.
I'm going to try something.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I'm sorry. I was just going to say I'm going to try something while you're talking. I'm going to pull out my headphones and see if I can hear you, because I'm going to need to put this on a battery charger. So let me see if I can hear you while you talk. Go ahead.
All right. But Ed is asking, Gina, do you guys ever get electric scallop? And if so, how much do they run? So we don't have the electric, but we do have the crimson scallops. They have a tan shell, and then they have the red, like, tentacle-y flesh. I forget how much they are offhand, but we're priced pretty similar to Live Aquaria. So if you go to Live Aquaria and look it up, our prices are pretty similar to Live Aquaria. Zen says, even if I got a tank that large to feel comfortable with a salty tank, I'd want to start with an easier fish and not cut my baby teeth on seahorses and mandarins and just kill a bunch of other critters. Yeah, you can add the free swimming fish first, definitely, to get the cycle established and everything.
Are the mandarin gobies, are they aggressive except for with the males? I mean, they don't pester other fish or?
Mm-mm. Nope, not at all.
They're awfully cute. I love how
they are very cute. They're just picky eaters. That's the only problem with them.
Is that all they eat is copepods?
Yeah, sometimes you can get them on frozen. It's just not as common. It has been done, but it's just not common.
I'm trying to get my pea puffers to eat frozen brine shrimp, the adult brine shrimp. I think I saw one eating one earlier. I put in some of that first. They love baby brine shrimp, but I put in some of the adult frozen, and they just kind of looked at it and it just kind of rained down on them. But then when I gave them blood, went ahead and gave them a couple of bloodworms too, and they ate the bloodworms. And then I think I saw one picking at a shrimp. So I'm hoping they'll take to that so I can give them another thing,
Yeah.
Because right now it's bloodworms and brine shrimp. That's what they were
Scuba
being fed.
Steve.
So.
Scuba Steve, freaking. So you're saying Brennan knows more? Brennan has more experience, okay?
Don't pick on Gina.
You don't have to phrase it like that, okay?
We don't care that you're a champion. Yeah. Get all high and mighty on us now. No,
I've only been fish keeping for 7 years. Brennan's been fish keeping his whole life. So yes, Brennan has more experience.
Yeah. So there. Maybe
I'm doing the best I can, okay?
Hey, maybe you know more at this stage than he did. So never know.
Ed says, that's why I'm going with 2 clowns and 2 shrimp. Ed, you'll still need some like snails and hermit crabs. You'll still need a decent cleanup crew, because the shrimp usually don't clean the tank. They clean the fish. So you still will need like a tank cleaning crew.
Do any of the freshwater medications carry over?
Some do. So General Cure does.
Illnesses?
Yeah. So yeah, ick remedies are usually the same, and it'll say on the bottle, freshwater and marine, or saltwater and freshwater. But General Cure you can use for both. Ick medications usually are for both. Parasite, or that would be ick as parasite medicine. Bacterial is usually the same. There are some specific bacterial things in saltwater that you would need specific medications for.
Yeah.
But yeah, most medicines are generally the
That's
same.
cool. And just
It's just
saltwater.
it's just that the dosing might be different. I think dosing in salt water
Yeah.
is definitely different because Melifix, they do make a reef specific Melifix, but you could use regular Melifix, I believe,
Okay.
with salt water also.
Do saltwater fish get any diseases that freshwater fish do not? I mean, I'm sure they get their equivalent of like this kind of intestinal worm or whatever, but do they get anything specific that freshwater fish don't get?
So technically the ick is actually different species of ick.
I got
Freshwater ick is different than marine ick. That's why whenever your freshwater fish get ick, they say to do a salt dip. And then if your
Right.
saltwater fish get ick, to do a freshwater dip because they're
Oh, I
actually different
see.
species of ick.
It
Yep.
changes the whatever of the parasite. They crush or
Mhm.
blow up or whatever. Yeah.
Yep. And yeah, there are like funguses and bacterias also that don't cross over to each other. But yeah.
Cool.
Oh,
Someone.
looks like Kenny E is going to bed. He says, "Thank you, ladies. Have a great birthday, Bunny."
Good night, Kenny. Thank you, honey. Thank you for being here. And thank whoever just dropped me some PayPal Clash money because someone just
Aww.
did. And if you weren't here earlier, I cannot see who it is that's doing it or how much it was or any kind. I can't see anything. I can't. All I see is I get a drop down notification that there was a PayPal. So, I'm sorry I can't thank you individually. I appreciate you so much. I really do. I appreciate y'all so much. It's amazing.
So Ed is asking about red dragonettes. Are they picky eaters? So red dragonettes are more related to scooter bunnies, and they are more likely to eat frozen. They still do eat copepods, but usually you have an easier time getting them onto frozen than the mandarins.
Yep. Beautiful high maintenance. Yep.
Yep. Scuba Steve, hey, I'm just messing with you, Gina. I know more, I'm just messing with you. Gina knows more than me, that's for sure. I know you're messing. I just had to sass back. Zen is asking, Gina, are they pretty readily available all the time, or would you suggest also possibly keeping a copepod culture tank in case the colony in your tank crashes, or could they breed in a pond?
Can I answer it?
Yeah,
Gina
go ahead.
says, yes, you must have another tank full of copepods. You absolutely must have a green water copepod backup tank.
If you're wanting to do a whole colony of mandarins like that, then yes, I would recommend having a separate breeding tank. Yes. Thank you,
telling
Bunny.
it, I learned. See, by telling it, I learned. So that's cool. Zentra's going to have her tank in a minute.
Yep.
She's ready.
USL says, hey, Gina, and happy birthday, Bunny. I did send you a t-shirt, LOL. Aw.
Thank you.
T-Bones, what's up, what's up?
Thank you, whoever just sent me some PayPal. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I absolutely appreciate it so much.
Get Bunny to the Clash.
Yeah, Bunny to the Clash. You say it's your birthday. It's my birthday too. Oh, you know what? Today, now that it's officially the next day, I do believe today is Xanadu's birthday.
Xanadu.
And he was born the same year. So we're a day apart. That's really cool. Yep. Everybody tell him happy birthday if you see him tomorrow. Or today.
Aw, Ian. He says, I'm glad Gina doesn't recommend me for saltwater advice. I'm just starting my journey. You'll get there. In about a year, you'll be given advice.
Yeah, and you've got advice to give, I'm sure, already. Just things you've already learned. Yeah?
Yep.
Messing with inkbirds, all bourgeois.
I'm about to buy mine on Friday for Queen. I got the non-Wi-Fi one because Brennan gave me a Just a regular titanium heater, so it doesn't have a thermostat on it. So I'm gonna buy an Inkbird for it because it's a bigger. This heater that it came with is, I think, only like a 250 watt, so it's technically too small for this tank, but it's doing its job right now. It's just that it's probably not going to last. So
explain, please, what all is an Inkbird? What does that encompass?
So it's a little computer, and it has temperature probes that you put into the tank, and it's essentially just a thermostat for your heater.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep. So you know how the Aqueons have that little thermostat built in?
Yes.
So you'll just get just a plain titanium heater that does not have a built-in thermostat, and then that Inkbird is your thermostat. But it's just more it's more tightly. It tells you, it'll alert you if so. You set a range. So between like, say you want your tank to be 77 degrees, so you'll do that. You want it to be 77, and then you set it to, if you want, if it gets out of this range, to alert you, so it'll set off an alarm. So if it you can set it so if it drops below 75, it'll alarm you. You can set it so if it goes above 79, it'll alert you. And there's two types of Inkbirds. There's the Wi-Fi one, which you can connect to an app on your phone. So if you're away from your house, it'll alert you through your phone, or the non-Wi-Fi, so it'll just alarm.
Let you know, yeah.
Yeah.
Now, is there something similar for like your salinity? I know you have a little, is it a TDS measure for that? But is there something automatic like that drops down in your tank, kind of like an Inkbird?
Yep. There's the I have a couple of them at work. What are they called? Like True Point, or essentially there's like these there's a probe that you drop in your tank, and it will constantly read your salinity like that too.
Okay. And what would change your salinity besides evaporation? What would change your salinity?
Like if whenever you're doing a water change,
sure.
if your salinity in your new water is not mixed right. So another big thing that'll swing your salinity, if you're doing a water change but you don't top off the tank first. So say your tank is a little bit low, and you don't notice, and then you take 10 gallons out of your tank, say with like a Python. So you think you're taking it down to a certain level, but you're not actually measuring it. So you think you only take like 10 gallons out, because it gets down, the main tank gets down to a certain level, and then you go to top off, but then you're paying attention to filling up your sump, then you're adding more salt water than you took out. So that's going to raise the salinity.
Okay.
So in a saltwater tank, you want to make sure that you top off with RO so that everything's at the level that you want it to be, and then you want to take the salt water out so that you make sure you're putting back in what you took out.
So you have to have an RO unit.
It's highly recommended, yes, especially if you're doing corals.
Well, I would, just because I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Dang. Did you get it? Dang, I think my dog just caught a mouse.
Oh, snap. Good doggy.
Girl. Good girl. You get them. Get them measy mices.
Aw.
I hate it. And sometimes, man, I don't even want to talk about it. But sometimes the mice are too little. I only use main traps. And sometimes they're too little, man. And it's just a messed up situation. The first time I ever used traps in our kitchen, I told my mom she didn't want to do it. She thought it was cruel. And I said, Mom, it's not cruel because it snaps their neck in 2 seconds flat. They never knew what hit them. And I said, there's a lot worse things out there. Well, the first night, the first mouse we caught, we go into the kitchen, and there is a trail of blood for like 6 feet.
Oh, no.
Followed by this mouse. And she was like, I thought you said, I said, look, I have never in my life seen a mouse trap do that. He just got in there wrong. I don't know, but it was awful. My poor mom was traumatized. I'm like, I swear most of the time, it works out, but.
When I first transferred to my last store at Petco, there was a pretty bad mouse infestation. And sometimes that would happen where it just catches them like just under the rib cage or something, and they're still alive. And it was terrible.
I had one.
And then at one point, At one point, we had to use sticky traps, and it was the most
Oh, I hate
awful
that.
thing.
Oh,
I hated that we did it, but we
no.
had to, because the
La,
mice,
la,
some of
la,
the,
la.
I know, some
Yeah,
of
well,
the
I mean,
younger mice just weren't heavy enough to set off
no.
the snap traps. So
Yeah.
we had to. It was that
Yeah.
bad that we had
Well,
to.
you know, mice are vermin. They carry disease. You know, they're precious, but they've got to go. They're not cute when they're
They
chewing up my clothes or peeing in my closet, or
they were
that's
ruining
not
so
cute.
much product. I was throwing away probably at least 50 pounds of bird food a day, because that's
Yep.
mainly where they were, is when in the bird food aisle,
Yep.
and probably at least 200 pounds of dog food a day.
Well, see, they're coming in out of the heat, and we live in the
Yep.
middle of nowhere. I mean, we are in the woods, so they just make themselves at home. And we'll get fluctuations. You know, we'll wipe out a colony, and then, you know, they have babies at like 2 weeks old or some nonsense. So, you know, I think
Yep.
at 6 weeks or something, they can start having their own. It's ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, for every one you kill, you probably have 90 more hiding in the walls. Hell, I've had a
Yep.
snake in my closet. That's how bad the mice are. I opened my closet, I don't know, a couple weeks ago, and I've got this wire rack system. So it's wire, you know, and a snake had threaded himself through there to peel, you know, to shed. I was like,
Yeah.
oh my God, now I have a snake in my closet. It didn't bother me though. I looked at the skin. It wasn't a poisonous kind because of the scales and the little, you know, little, I could tell it was like a little rat snake, you know, it's a little corn snake, or we have a lot of corn snakes. So as long as it's not, you know, a rattlesnake crawling into bed with me, I'm good. And my dog, if he sees them, will alert me. He is not having snakes. He does not like them. He's the one that got bitten. So he will bark and carry on. He carried on one day, and I was like, oh my gosh. And it was just a
Aw.
tiny little corn snake, you know, in my room. I'm like, get away from it. Don't hurt it. Don't hurt it.
Don't hurt it. Don't hurt it. It's a good one.
I've wanted to keep them for years, and then this year I was looking for one to keep, and I couldn't find one. And then I've been finding them left and right, but I'm like, I don't have a free tank. I don't have a proper light. I just know. And plus, you know, they eat so many smaller things like bugs and frogs, and I'm like, I'm just not. I'm ill-equipped for that. So I want a ball python that's been trained on frozen. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah.
You know, because I'm not doing live mice and rats. I used to, but I'm not gonna do it. So. I'm over death if I can help it at all. You know, I just rather not let somebody else do it. I'm glad they sell them frozen now.
Mm-hmm.
How do
Christopher
you warm
says
them up? I guess you drop them in warm water. And how do you
warm
know
water.
they're not too hot? I mean, how do you know they?
You put them on your wrist just like how you would a baby bottle.
Oh.
If it's just warm to you and not hot,
Yeah.
like you want it to be like barely warm.
That's
Possibly
cool.
like a little bit cool, because you have to remember your body temperature. Our core temperature is like what, 98 degrees.
Yeah.
So.
And they're different.
Bless
Bless
me.
you. Bless you. Yeah, you don't want to burn them up or anything. That's
Exactly.
what I was afraid of. You know, like their internal organs being too hot. You know, the mouse may not feel that hot, but I don't want them to get burned. So
I always had that at Petco. People would they'd feel the outside of the tank. They're like, oh, it's a tropical tank, but it feels cool. I'm like, well, you have to remember your core body temperature is 98 degrees. This
20,
tank
30
is
degrees higher,
78 degrees. So yeah, it's going to feel cool. And he goes, you're
Oh.
smart. And I was like,
common
it's
sense.
okay. But,
Bella.
Bella.
It's okay.
Oh, Christopher says, thank you for streaming and letting me help Bunny get to the Clash. P.S. I sent her money.
Thank you, Christopher. You didn't have to do that, honey. Thank you so much. Bless your heart.
Oh, Zen is pointing out me saying yep all the time. She says it's like Land Before Time. Yep, yep, yep.
Yep.
Now they're talking about Land Before Time.
And you have to do your shoulders.
Yep.
I've started doing that now. I told my mom it's like she's a bobblehead, but without the head part. She just bobbles her shoulders, and it's so cute. And I've started doing it when things like
the little
me.
Hawaiian, like the little Hawaiian girl.
Yeah. That's funny.
Oh man, whenever we do eventually meet up, you'll see my happy food dance. It's very similar. Like when that first bite of food, I just
cool
happy food dance. Yep.
I'm dying to have sushi with you at that anime
Oh my
place.
God. You'll see a lot of happy food dance if we go get sushi.
Hey, I would love to go with you. I will treat you, and we could go out, and you could show me the lunch, and you could pick my lunch. You could help me pick stuff. Because
Yes.
I've had some sushi, but I'm no pro, you know. So since you love it so much, you'd be able to direct me towards the good stuff.
So good. Yep. And we seem to have similar palates. So yeah.
Yeah. And I love Chinese food too. Lordy. Mm-mm-mm.
Same. Ian says, I use tap, not recommended, but it works for me. It also depends on your tap water. So, just like with fresh water, depends on your
Yeah.
tap water.
I've got really soft water, or pretty soft water. My poor little dog, she'll be up all night now. She won't sleep because she's
Oh,
had active contact with a mouse. So all night long, she'll be staring under
oh,
stuff. And yeah,
yeah,
she's a good little
hunting.
hunter.
She's
Even with
in a
that
hunter
mouth.
mode.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
catches them even with that mouth. She couldn't bite you very hard, but she can flat catch a mouse.
right.
Scoop it right up in that thing. Yep.
USL says my friend has a dairy, and he had a rat and mouse infestation. He filled bowls with red wine and gave it to them for about 2 weeks. Then he added poison and killed them a lot. They were very clever. So
Oh,
at
that's
Petco, we couldn't use poison because
yeah.
it's a pet store and people brought their dogs in. So we couldn't risk either the dog finding the poison or we couldn't risk a dog finding a
A
mouse that had
mouse.
been poisoned and
Yep.
trying to eat it.
Yep. That's my
Yep.
problem too. Too many dogs, can't do that. Also, I've seen animals get poisoned and I'm just not down with it. You know, usually they crawl away and you don't see that, but I saw a poisoned cat one time and it was just horrendous. So I'm just
Yeah.
like, no, I won't poison anything. It's a long, slow death. But I get it. You've got to get rid of them. You've got to get rid of them.
Yeah. Scuba Steve said and reminded me, but those tanks at the Crown were 69 degrees the first day. Yeah, the competition tanks. They didn't have any heaters in them.
Oh my
They were
God.
69. So many dead angels,
Oh
killifish. Oh my God.
no.
It was heartbreaking.
What a bunch of idiots. Come on, man. Don't
Yeah.
y'all know any better?
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. Scuba Steve was scrambling, trying to find somebody to make sure that if he added a heater, he wouldn't be disqualified. But yeah, he got a heater in the tank.
Yeah, I don't care. I'd have had to just been disqualified because my fish ain't gonna sit there without a heater. You're not gonna kill my fish that
Yeah,
I've worked so hard with and traveled with and
exactly.
everything else. See, I would love to put one of these thread fins in a show, but I'm not carrying them on an airplane. I mean, what if I get there and they decide they've changed their policy and they're taking my fish? No.
Yeah.
I also don't want
Yeah.
to stress, like, one of my best, beautiful fish. I don't want to, risk losing him or stressing him out or just.
Or end up
I've
bringing
seen a
him all
lot of
that way for
people.
nothing. Yep.
Well, I noticed that they didn't have a lot of options apparently at the I want to call it the Clash at the Crown. I noticed everybody just carrying their fish around in clear bags, and I thought, that is so stressful to the fish. Like I would take that bag and slide it down into a paper bag or something, so it was a little darker, not so much going on all the time, But that's me.
Yeah, there were a lot of vendors that didn't have plastic bags to offer. Garden of Eater did, and I remember when Brennan bought his shrimp, we were walking around and people were asking him. He's like, "Where'd you get that bag from? Like, who's got bags?"
Yeah.
And he's like, Garden of Eater. Go buy
I'm not surprised.
some food from them, and they'll give you a bag.
Yeah. Someone said one of these conventions way back, they had given away bags for the fish that had pockets on the inside that you could put the bags of fish in. And I mean, that's pretty smart. Then you could use that bag for anything. So there you go. Very cool.
Ian says the photo contests seem like a lot of fun and less stress for the fish. Yes. Scuba Steve says, tell Bunny I said she must have seen my video, lol. Not worth it. Yeah. Not worth the stress.
Oh, I know. Bless his heart.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then putting those two fish in a bucket on the way home, that was a bad idea, and somebody got their butt whipped.
Yeah. Well,
he said that was
lesson
he
learned.
said he wouldn't do that again. He said that was a bad situation.
Hindsight's 20/20. Yep.
Well, that's how we learn. We learn more from mistakes than we do from, anything else, successes. So.
And to be fair, he said, he kept them in the same tank. So in his mind, there should have been no problem.
No, yeah. I guess they didn't like being in a bucket together.
Right.
That's too bad. How is that fish now? Did he heal up and did he do good, Scuba?
USL says, I have 4 cats and I have no problems with snakes or rats. It's better they take care of it for me as I cannot kill anything. Yep.
That's the way to do it. If I didn't have
Let
all these
nature do it.
dogs, yep, I would have cats if I didn't have these dogs. Or I'd
Yep.
have had cats if we could have in the beginning. See, here's what happened. We live way out in the country and people dump dogs. And for years, my mom and I would take the dogs and get them shots and get them healthy and do all that stuff and then rehome them, find them a nice home to adopt them. We did that for, I know, 100 dogs. I know we did. It cost us a fortune over time, and we did it for the dogs. After a while, we couldn't afford to do that. My dad died. So my mom and dad have been married 45 years. And then my husband died. So here you've got these 2 widows lost. We've lost our entire family anyway. Now we've lost our husbands, like over this 2-year period. We just lost everybody. We've got second cousins now, but we have no parents, brothers, sisters, no, it's all gone. So, people would drop off these puppies or dogs, and we had these huge aching hearts, and so we started bringing in the dogs, and they stayed this time. And at one point, we had 11, count them, 11 dogs in this house. And we've got a huge fenced yard. We've got 10 acres of property. It's a big house. So there's plenty of room and lots of love. And in Oklahoma, boy, did they bring in the dirt. They just bring it in. But now we're down to 7 in the house. 2 more have shown up. One stayed. His family's house burned down, and they left. They just left him. I don't know if they couldn't find him or what, but I'd have been back every day till I found my dog. But they left him, and this little girl said he was an orphan.
Oh,
and I was like,
no,
we can't have orphans. So I couldn't bring him in because he's very food aggressive, and some of our dogs are 15 years old. They're not having it anymore. They're not doing introductions anymore. They're fed up. So he stayed outside, but then he brought a friend, and he would chase all the other friends off. But this one dog that my mom is madly in love with now, he's with us too. So we've got 2 outside dogs and 7 inside. I've got 3. She's got 4. And even our girls bicker. She has 2 girls, and I've got the one girl. And my girl and my mom's biggest girl snip and snipe. And basically, they live in opposite ends of the house. So that's the problem. There's a territory issue. And we've had to quit putting them in the kitchen. Like, we can't have them in the kitchen together if we're doing food. We don't let them around anyway because of hair and all that. But, yeah. So this, what my room is a converted garage. It's a fully converted garage. It's painted. It has wood trim. I've got my own bathroom and shower. But my mom's got a jacuzzi tub. The jacuzzi part doesn't work, but the tub is great. So we share that. We'll share the shower if need be. But this room has 2 entrances, and it's separated by a small mudroom. Then you go into the laundry room and the kitchen and the central living room and dining room. And then on the other end of the house is a hallway with all the other bedrooms, and that's where she stays. So, we've got opposite ends of the house, and we share a kitchen and central area. So that's really cool. We spend all day together anyway. But, they did this room for my grandparents. My grandparents were going to come down and live. So they made it a really nice room, and they were getting older. The doors are really wide in case they needed a wheelchair in the future. I mean, my mom thought of everything. So it's a great space. It's a big room, really. It's, I don't know, 15 by 20 maybe. It's a nice bedroom.
Oh, yeah.
I've got a lot of junk in here, man. I've got stands with aquariums everywhere. I've got this old military oak desk that's holding my 60-gallon. I've got my 180 across this wall with a bird cage. So, I mean, there's a lot of space. There was a lot of space. I kind of jammed it up. Kind of
filled it up.
Yeah. Yep. Sure did.
Scuba Steve answered. He said, hell no, they didn't. Haha, but he's good. Gonna reintroduce him here soon. He's been ready, but I'm quarantining a female right now, so I'm gonna add them both together and rescape while I water change.
There you go. New territory, new everything. Mm-hmm. That's what I'll do with my killifish. I'll go ahead and set them back up the way they were set up, and then add the new babies, and just have my whole colony. They're in my bathroom. I've got a 5, a 10, and a 20 in my bathroom, a 20 long. So,
oh my gosh.
Yeah, they're everywhere. One on each side of the sink and one, on the wall. And if there wasn't a piece of furniture in my bathroom, I'd have another one in there. I could put another 6-foot tank in there, but I've got a big I don't know what you call it. It's,
Like a
it's like a
sectional?
dresser with a built-in bunch of shelves and stuff is what it is.
Oh,
And
gotcha.
I've got lots of my junk in there, skulls and collectible things, and then
Mm-hmm.
my mom, we lost half the walls in that half of the house. We were gone for 2 days, and the main water pipe in the bathroom broke in the floor. So we came back, and in half the house, literally half the house, we have half walls, or we have walls that have 2 or 3 feet missing on the bottom. The dogs just walk
Yeah.
right through it. It's ridiculous. So we're saving for that, and she's in a different bedroom. So we're fixing her bedroom up first. Then she's going to move down there. Then we're going to fix
Mm-hmm.
the bedroom she's in, and I'm getting that bedroom. So I'll have 2 rooms. This will be my fish den, and
Yep.
the other one I'll probably sleep in, probably. So.
Christopher wants to know, so Bunny, when am I moving in?
Right? He wants to work. He's a worker.
He is a worker. He doesn't hold still.
Help me and my mom. Yeah, he wants to help us. It's very sweet.
Aw.
Yeah, it's very sweet.
We still have 22 people in here. Oh my god. Nathan's going to wake up soon. He's going to come out and give me judgmental stares.
Oh no. Well, don't get.
No, he knew we were going to. No, we don't. No.
Okay, cool.
It'll be nothing like that. He knew I was going to be up late.
Okay. Yeah, I don't want to.
I don't have work tomorrow, so it's fine.
Cool. He can have you tomorrow.
Nah.
When you're sleeping all day.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll sleep all day, and then I'll wake up in time for him to get home, and then, we'll go. I think we need to go grocery shopping for a few things. Not like a whole trip, but just a few things.
Yeah. Well, since you don't have any groceries, you'll just have to go eat sushi and then go grocery shopping.
Yep. Yeah, you never go grocery shopping hungry.
No.
It's a bad idea.
No, you don't.
Especially not at our Aldi, because the first aisle when you walk in is snacks. So if you go hungry, you're going to be filling up your cart with snacks.
How often do you eat at the sushi place?
Maybe like once a month, once every 2 months.
That's cool. Yeah, you've got to do something. I've started buying steaks like twice a month because, we don't eat, well, we do eat ramen, but, we eat just regular hamburgers and chicken and just really simple stuff. And we don't cook all the time. We're widows, so we're like bachelors, you know what I mean? We're just like, we'll eat a piece of cake. You know what I mean? We do what we want. So, but I just decided, no, expensive or not, and they're so expensive now, but I'm like, you got to be good to yourself sometimes. You just have to, or it's not worth it. It's too much suffering and not enough something happy. So yeah, we get a steak at least twice a month.
Yeah, we meal prep, but we do try to have at least one like lunch or dinner date at least once a week.
Oh, that's nice.
Or breakfast. Like since I'm off on Sundays, we try to go out for breakfast
that's nice.
at this sports bar that serves breakfast, and they're not expensive, so it's totally affordable to go out. So we'll try to do our breakfast date on Sundays, and
Sorry, I've got the hiccups.
Yep. Yeah, it used to be Denny's, but then our Denny's closed. It used to be Denny's. But then Denny's closed. But it was funny when we first started going because we've been together 12 years. So we don't always like have a full conversation. We'll just be enjoying each other's presence, not talking. And I remember one time when we first started going to Denny's, we were leaving, and the coworkers the workers are like, "Are you guys just quiet people?" And we're like, "Yeah, we just enjoy each other's company." And I mean, we've been together 12 years. And they're like, "Yeah, we were just confused because you guys weren't talking, but you were holding hands, and it was just kind of weird." And then we're like, "Yeah, no, we're fine. We're not arguing or anything."
Yeah, that's funny. Mind your business. What do you care what our relationship's like?
Yep. Yeah. It's like we're making bets in the back if you guys were fighting or not. And we're like, "No, we're not fighting.
Y'all need something better to do.
We're just quiet people."
Yeah. They need
Yeah.
something better to do. I forgot to take my
Christopher's
night.
asking, what's yours and Bunny's favorite food? Oh.
Dang. Favorite's
Christopher's
hard.
asking, what's your and Bunny's favorite food?
I love Chinese.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I love some good Italian food. Like,
Italian food's good too.
yeah, I love the Olive Garden. They make that. Not that that's so Italian. I was thinking tiramisu when I said that, but yeah, they make a braised beef on ravioli kind of thing. Oh, it's so good.
Mm-hmm.
So I dig Italian.
Sushi is probably my
Gina
favorite. I
likes
could eat sushi every day. I could eat sushi every day.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I could eat it that often, but you'll have to turn me on to some good sushi.
And I'm not a snob about it, probably because I haven't really been to like a real sushi restaurant.
Right.
But like our one of our local grocery stores, it's kind of one of the higher end ones called Dearberg's.
Yeah.
They have like a sushi section where they make fresh sushi every day.
Mm.
I'll even eat those. Like when I first started working at Petco, there was a Dearberg's in the same shopping center just across from the store. And I
Yeah.
had a thing where I would do sushi Sundays. So every Sunday that I worked, I'd walk over to Dearberg's and get a little sushi pack, and that would be my lunch. It would be sushi Sunday.
Nice. I like it. What's Christopher's favorite kind of food?
Yeah, what's everybody in chat's favorite food? Ian
Yeah,
says
what do you
probably
like?
cheesecake. I do like cheesecake.
Oh man, I love
I like
cheesecake.
I have a sweet tooth. Most sweets I really like.
That's cool. Maybe there'll be a
Yeah,
cheesecake factory at the Clash, near the Clash somewhere. That'd be great.
maybe. Christopher
Yeah, I'd
says
love
I
some
thought she was going to
cheesecake.
say cheesecake too.
I love cheesecake, no doubt about it. Just
It's like
plain cheesecake.
I like cake, I like cookies, I like muffins.
Oh, I love cookies, man. Cookies are my
Mm-hmm.
thing.
I'm a little bit of a snob when it comes to cookies because I used to work at a specialty cookie shop. So
Oh,
I am a
nice.
little snobby when it comes to cookies.
What do you like? What cookies do you like?
I really like white chocolate macadamia,
Oh, me too. Oh my gosh.
and I like multi chocolate chip cookies. So like Jimmy John's, their chocolate chip cookie, how they have the I think it's semi-sweet, milk chocolate, and white chocolate chips. So like you
Death
get the
by
different types of
chocolate.
chocolate.
Oh,
The
Death by
chocolate chip
chocolate
cookie.
cookies.
That's my jam.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like the Pepperidge Farm white macadamia?
Yep.
Yeah, me too. Pretty good stuff.
I don't think I've really had that one too often.
Has anyone told us what kind of food they like?
That's what I was just looking at. Hold on, let me get my phone because
Okay.
that phone's being stupid again.
You muted out for about 2 seconds too.
Oh, did I?
Yeah, just for a second.
Zen says mine really is cheesecake. Christopher says Italian food, pastas, chicken parmesan.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Or eggplant parm.
Mark
Oh, my
says
goodness.
Mark says I love French food and Italian. Christopher says he also likes peanut butter cookies.
Yeah.
USL says anything. Yeah, peanut butter cookies are good. USL says anything with lots of sugar in it, or I just drink a ton of condensed milk every now and then.
Yuck.
Whoa.
Gross.
Christopher says Chinese food is also good and Mexican food. I love all food. Sometimes something tells me I'm just going to be fat later in life. Nothing wrong with that.
We'll get a group and we'll go find somewhere good to eat, Chris. We'll go find us something good. We can do it more than once, man. We got to eat a couple times.
There you go. Ian says I can't pick just one food. Okay, well, what's your favorite food right now? What are you craving? Zenny says Mexican food is my default, honestly. Give me a taco and I feel at home. But I'm from Texas, Texaco, so Ed says I'm still here. Ed, what's your favorite kind of food? Probably barbecue.
Ah, barbecue's pretty good. What's that
Ed
joint they
says, "Oh
got
my
around?
God, now I want Mexican food."
I know, right? I'm so hungry.
Oh, and Christopher says absolutely, Bunny, and then a bunch of hearts and roses.
Yeah.
Mexican's good too.
I like some Mexican food. It's really good.
Mm-hmm. USL says, I once drank a tin of condensed milk, and when I started with the second one, the person next to me got sick.
I bet. Yeah,
I mean,
man.
I like eggnog, but even condensed milk seems like it'd be too thick.
Yeah, evaporated milk is one thing. Condensed milk is yuck, man. There's
Yeah.
no way I could drink that. Blech.
I remember when I was pregnant with Kane, that was one of my pregnancy cravings, was eggnog.
What's his
But
name?
when
Kane?
Kane, yep, Kane.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's a
It was kind of
beautiful
a
name.
middle finger to my dad. My dad kept insisting. I haven't talked to my dad for like 12 years now. But whenever the last time I really talked to him, I lived with him at the end of my pregnancy. He kept insisting that I pick a biblical name. So I picked Cain as kind of a middle finger to him. But I don't spell it like the biblical Cain. It's Kane.
That's funny.
So.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Or sad. I can't make up my
It was,
mind. But...
You know what he recommended, though? He's like, what about Judas? I was like, isn't that the guy who ratted out Jesus? He goes, well, that's
Yeah.
one of them. There's another Judas. And I was like, oh, so if there's two, it's okay? Like,
Yeah, name him Judas the Second. I mean, what?
right. Like, no, you say Judas and people are going to think of the guy who ratted out Jesus. Like, they're not going to
Yep.
think of the
Oh,
second
the other
one.
one.
Like, no, right.
Yeah. You could have named him Judas Cain.
Right. Cain Judas.
Yeah, if
I
you'd have
could,
named him Judas Cain and spelled it the other way, his nickname his initials would have been JC.
Ian says, I could smash some enchiladas right now. Right.
Oh, man. That sounds good. Yep.
Oh, and Italian food is also, or Indian food. Mark says Indian food is good. So I
Like chicken
wish I could
tikka.
eat more Indian food, but I have such a low tolerance for spicy, like low tolerance for spicy. I wish I could eat more Italian food or Indian food. Sorry.
Well, I used to put down some spicy stuff, but anymore, I don't think I could. You have to kind of build up to it, I think. So, yeah, but like some chicken tikka or anything that's got curry, I love. Especially if it's like curry and coconut milk. Ooh, those two things go really well together because that coconut milk sweetens that curry a little bit, and it's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mark says you shouldn't have raw eggs while pregnant, Gina. Okay, so I got off on a tangent. So yeah, when I was pregnant with Kane, one of my big pregnancy cravings was eggnog. But the strongest those cravings was July. You can't find eggnog in July. So
right.
I was settling for like vanilla ice cream, like trying to stave the craving, but it just wasn't quite hitting the spot. So I wasn't drinking gallons of eggnog because it was in the middle of July.
What did someone say?
Red Laser says, oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say someone was talking about eggnog pudding the other day, that there was eggnog pudding, and I thought that sounded delicious.
That does sound really good.
Yes, it does.
Red Laser says, happy birthday, Bunny. Good morning, Gina. Good morning.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Scuba Steve says, I love food trucks.
Hey.
Yes, Nathan's work was having a cornhole tournament, and yeah, they had a barbecue food truck, and then they had a nacho food truck there for us,
Oh,
and it was
nice.
so good. It was so good.
You know, I hate that liquid cheese, but I love it on nachos. I'll eat it on nachos, but like Arby's wants to put it on one of their. I don't like that, but I love it
Or
on nachos.
pretzels,
Oh
nachos and
yeah,
pretzels.
I agree. Yeah.
Yep. Zen says
Yeah.
I ate raw cookie dough when I was pregnant. Yep.
I've always
Plushy
eaten raw cookie dough
says,
and cake batter. I mean,
oh,
never
yes.
gotten sick yet.
Christopher is asking, can you ask Bunny what she's smoking or the flavor of the night?
Oh, well, as far as that goes, I'm out on my birthday. But as far as this goes, this is an Escobar, and they're about $30, but they have something like 4,500 puffs on them or something. And this is vanilla custard. Is
There you
what I'm
go.
smoking. Yeah, it's really good. It's way too good.
Mm-hmm.
This is gonna have to be my last one. I
Yeah.
tried to quit before, and I was doing it on e-cigarettes, just hitting the e-cigarette a little. But then I found vanilla custard, and I won't leave it alone. So
Right.
I've got to quit. I've got to quit smoking. And I'd feel so much better in 6 weeks at the Clash if I wasn't smoking. So I'd have a
Yeah.
lot more energy and feel a lot better. So that's when this one dies. That's it, man. It's evil bitch for 3 days, and then I'm over it. I've warned my
Mark
mom.
says, yeah. Mark says a good doll and naan bread is heaven. Yes, I love bread. Oh my gosh. I love
Man,
bread.
my mom used to make homemade bread every day when I was a little kid. Every day.
Oh my
And not out
gosh.
of a machine either. I mean, kneading it on the bar by hand. And I'd love to have a bread machine, though, so you could fake it every day. That'd be cool.
Mm-hmm. Plus, she says taco trucks. Yes, taco trucks are good too. Red
Roach
Laser
Coach.
says, yeah. Red Laser says Vietnamese is his favorite.
I've never had Vietnamese food.
Oh, it's good.
Never had it.
Only Oscar says I made tacos, munching out. There you go.
Nice.
Zen says resist obvious taco muncher joke. Only Oscar says tonight's smoke is Candyland.
Nice. I had me a piece of a J, but I don't know what kind it was. I can't remember. Might have been
Mark
sour
says,
diesel. Yeah.
ooh. Mark says American style low and slow barbecue is pretty good as well. Heck yeah. Ed says you guys are killing me with all this food talk. We always
Oh,
end up
I
talking about
know.
food.
I know. It's because we get hungry and then we talk about it and make it worse.
Mm-hmm. Oh yes, Red Laser. Unagi, which is barbecue eel, and soft shell crab are the best Japanese. I agree.
Never had it. I would
Oh,
eat
it's
it
so
though.
good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the eel is one of my favorite sushis. So it's the dragon roll or just eel, um, like the sushi on the mound of rice. I forget what it's called, but yeah,
Yeah.
and because they have a
Sashimi.
special sauce. Yeah, they have not sashimi. I think is just the meat, but I think
Okay.
it's nigiri. I think is when it's on the little mound of rice. But
I
eel
like
has a
that.
special sauce,
Oh,
and
cool.
oh,
Eel
it's so
sauce.
good.
I would try it. I would try it.
And it's cooked. So for those people who don't want to try sushi because it's raw, the eel is cooked.
Cool. I can't quit petting my blanket.
So is it soft like mink soft
Oh
or?
yeah, but the hair is like twice as long. So
Oh,
that's what it
nice.
feels like. It feels like a big thick rabbit, or
Uh-huh. Super soft
yeah.
and
It
plushy.
is. It is so soft and plushy. See, my mom got it for me for my birthday.
Mm-hmm.
I can't wait till it's winter. I told my mom I'm going to end up sleeping naked with the first side down when the winter's
There you
coming.
go.
Yep.
Yep.
Love it.
Ed says, I love Dierberg's chicken salad. Yes, their chicken salad is really good.
That sounds good too. Chicken salad. Does DoorDash run all hours of the night? I mean, I imagine they have to sleep sometime, but I've never used DoorDash at all.
I have. It's hit or miss. They either get it perfect or they get it horribly wrong.
Right.
No, that's a lie. I have had it where, like, I've DoorDashed at work because I was the only one in the store and I couldn't leave to go get food. And I DoorDashed and, like, they forgot my soda.
Oh, well. Yeah.
So, yeah, I guess they do make little mistakes sometimes, but usually it's either perfect or horribly wrong.
I doubt there's anybody here in this town that does it, you know.
What's the best show, adult animated, like Family Guy or Simpsons, King of the Hill, Rick and Morty? Oh, so there's one that
Family Guy.
Misfit just told me about. Oh, God, what's it called? Brennan, are you still here? Brennan, are you still here? Farzar, yes. Farzar is good. And then we just watched on Amazon Prime. Oh my God. Legend of Vox Machina. That's a good one.
Legend of Vox.
It's not officially Dungeons and Dragons, but it's like a team of fighters, but that's like you got your healer, you got your barbarian. Like, it's meant to be like Dungeons and Dragons, but it's like a big adventure show, but it's raunchy, it's got gore, it's got some nudity, I thought adult themes. It's
nothing
great.
better than naked cartoon character.
Yeah. But it's not like in your face. It's only a few episodes that you see some boobs. Like,
sure.
Yeah.
Vox Machina. And what else was the beginning of it? What's it called?
The Legend of Vox. Yeah, Vox.
Vox. Gotcha.
Vox Machina.
Right.
Yeah. And it's on Amazon Prime.
Okay. Yeah, Netflix has Farzar, and that's why I haven't seen it.
Yep.
I've seen the cheesecake clip, and I've seen a preview for the show on YouTube, but that's it. When we get Wi-Fi, we'll get Netflix and stuff. So
keep putting my phone down. I'm supposed to be paying attention to chat.
Pay attention to chat, Tina.
Pay attention to chat. Gross. Eels are so sweet in aquariums, not on your plate. No, it's yummy on your plate.
Would you rather have one in your aquarium or on your plate?
No, on my plate.
Yeah. I had one
of those. They bite.
What do they call those things? It's like a dragonfish for freshwater. They're some kind of goby, and they use them for bait and saltwater is what they do, but they're awesome. I had a couple of those. They were cool. Are you okay?
Oh, yeah. I was just shifting.
I hear you. I'll tell you what, that doctor better call in my damn drugs tomorrow. I'm going to be so pissed. They're going to get me on the phone, and they're going to wish they didn't. I swear. 2 days now, late. Just there's no excuse. Well, I'll tell you what his excuse is. He's a neurosurgeon. Then he opened his pain management. Now he's doing surgeries in 4 different states and like 9 different hospitals and a bunch of other crap. He's way overextended himself. He doesn't have the team he needs. And it's just a mess, so, but I don't care. If you can't do your job, I tell you this, he's not operating on me again because he is not the same man I met when I started back surgery with him. He's not the same guy. So, it's really changed him. He's under too much stress, and I'm sorry, but I don't want the man cutting on me anymore. That's it. I'm done with him. With my insurance, though, I have to go through a whole bunch of loops to get a new back surgeon, but I will. I'm fixing to have a full MRI of everything all up close. So I've got to spend about 2 hours in the machine, but then I'll have a record of it. I'm going to make sure and get a disc so I can carry it to a new doctor. He'll want his own test, but still, I can show him what I'm working with anyway. Show him what I'm working with.
Mark says, and what's wrong with boobs in your face? Nothing. But sometimes those shows can get a little obnoxious with it. It's like, okay, I get it. You have sex in your show. Tits. But that shouldn't be like the whole thing.
Exactly.
Oh, Ed was saying I was listening to you guys like 10 minutes ago, but now you has lagged 10 minutes. Oh, no. Ed says he also needs to make an appointment with his doctor for his spine.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. I think I've heard him talk about that before.
Oh, Nathan's awake. I hear him.
Uh-oh. You're in trouble now.
I'm ready for judgment.
Uh-oh, here it comes. The dirty looks.
Christopher says, I'll be Bunny's doctor.
I bet. Trust me, you'd run screaming with your eyes falling out. You'd be like, oh, my eyes, my eyes. It's all smoke and mirrors from this point,
Aww.
It's all good. What can you do, man? Shit wears out, Your body just wants to quit when you're older. And he'll feel it because he's such a hard laborer, He's going to feel it in his bones later.
Yeah. At some point, the body's going to start falling apart.
He's going to be my doctor, and he's going to get faulty bones. Yeah, he is. You're going to have a broken bone, buddy. Yeah, to be young and strong like that again would be great, to be really, especially if you were a young guy like he is, because they're extra strong. So he can just do and do and do. That's how he can go out there and make all that money. He can go out there and work hard. And I'm sure they appreciate it. It's hard to find anybody to work anymore.
Right?
Yeah.
I know that's anytime an older person comes in to buy water, I'm always like, oh, I can help you carry it out. And then the old men are always like, no, I got it. And they hobble out with it. I'm like, I really could have helped you. But then the older ladies, they're like, oh, to be young again. I was like, yeah,
Yeah.
I know. One of these days.
You're good till you hit about, well, it depends on what you've done with your body. I always sat Indian style or on the floor. So I wore out my back. I wore out my hips. They're not meant to do that. And I've done it my whole life.
Oh,
so.
Sorry.
Hi, Nathan.
He's putting his boots on.
I'm sorry,
ready
Nathan.
To leave for work.
It's my fault.
She says she's sorry. He knew that we were going to be up late. It's all good. I was joking that you were going to get up and give me judgmental looks, but then I remember that you knew I was going to be up late. And I'm off tomorrow, so. Today. Yeah, today. I'm off today.
That's right. Do you need to go, sweetheart?
No, we're good.
Okay.
Let's see. If only Oscar says, if Plushie's your doctor, get more ends. Scuba Steve says, strong like a bull.
Yep.
Mark says, am I the only one thinking Terminator Judgment Day?
Right.
And then Christopher says, my body is already done. You think
Poor
that.
Thing. Poor thing. Yeah, you hit about 40 and you'll really know it.
Oh, wait. Yeah, he's my age. I keep forgetting that Christopher and I are the same age. I keep thinking he's younger than I am.
You guys are babies. How old are you?
33.
See, I always think you're like 26 or something.
I know. Everybody always thinks I'm my mid-20s. I know.
Mid-30s are a really good time in your life, man. Go do everything you want to do, for real. It's a really good time.
I've had people say it's like, you think your body's falling apart, but wait till you hit like 45, 50.
I used to hear that all the time and think, yeah, right. You guys, but that's the truth.
Yeah.
You can only take so much. Your bones and joints just don't want to do it anymore. They get tired. It's an organic thing that's lived 50 years. That's pretty, it gets tiring.
Yes. And overexerting when you're young, that doesn't help.
Nope.
I really need to get back to the chiropractor.
Oh, man, I love a chiropractor. I used to trade a chiropractor his work for hunting rights on my property. I'd go in and do adjustments, and he'd come hunt in the winter. So
there you go.
And offer meat. I just never really wanted any, so I'm not crazy about venison, except I used to can it in glass jars with you just cut it into 1-inch cubes and I think we might have talked about this. You cut it in 1-inch cubes with a clove of garlic, and, hot bath it, and it can sit in your cabinet for a damn year. Drain
Yep.
the water off, put 1 stick of butter in a cast iron skillet, and serve it over rice. It's perfect. I love it that way. Get him, Wednesday. Get
Only
them
Oscar says, Gina, you are almost half my age. Speaking of age.
Doesn't that suck? Don't you just want to strangle these young babies?
Yep. Mark says, you can talk, Bunny. You're still young.
I don't feel young, but thank you. I appreciate it. It's always good to have encouragement.
Yeah.
Gina
I
wants
probably
sushi
won't.
for breakfast.
Do I want sushi for breakfast? I would eat sushi for breakfast. Heck yeah, I would. Nathan just rolled his eyes. Always. Is what he said. He's like, always. All right. BRB, I got to give him hugs. I got to send him off to work.
Okay, cool. Hugs and love and hugs. Well, I want to see chat, but if I do it, I will drop out of here, so I'm not going to do it. Who's been here since the very beginning? Because we've been going, gosh, in another 14 minutes, we'll have been going 4 hours. Woohoo! But y'all are making me hungry. Or I'm making me hungry. Somebody's making me hungry. I'm going to go finish off that steak and some potatoes. Yay. I wish I had some cheesecake. That'd be excellent. Love some cheesecake. There's our girl. Yay.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
What'd I miss?
I'm just talking about food.
USL says, 2 beautiful souls inside and out, the both of you. Aw, thank you.
Thank you. Here. Thank you. Thank you. That's sweet.
Christopher says, Bunny Viper is still young. I agree. And she can do what she wants to, too.
Yeah. It's my party and I'll cry if I want to.
Mm-hmm.
I've had a great birthday. This has been a great birthday. I've enjoyed it very much.
It's good.
Yeah, this is a huge part. This is my favorite part. I like it.
Zen says, Bunny, just in case my text message didn't go through on PayPal, my name is Mandy, Amanda on PayPal, just so you know. I forgot to say it was Zen at first and didn't want you to wonder who it was.
Sandra, you shouldn't have done that, sweetheart. I think we had a discussion earlier about this, didn't we? We did.
Oh, Zen's in trouble.
Ginger. She's not in trouble. I just, she shouldn't have necessarily done that. So thank you, Ginger. It's not like she didn't send me to the clash already. She won me the ticket, so I've got the weekend ticket thanks to her.
Aw.
Yeah. I need to get a confirmation number on it, or maybe I have one for that. I don't know. I have so many confirmation numbers. This hotel that I was going to, the Triple Crown, that hotel that I got the one and then canceled it, and,
Yeah. Yep.
But we'll see. We'll see how far I can get.
You'll get there. Everyone will help you get there. Everyone's going to make sure you get there.
I appreciate it so much, and I can't wait till the day I can return the favor, to people. I've thought about raffling off some plushies because I've got quite the collection. Yeah, I've got the collection. Might have to do that one day. That'd be fun. Get set up for a game or something and do it.
Oh, Zen says she mentioned it earlier and said, shh, don't tell my husband. But didn't hear you if you saw it. Oh, yeah, I think I missed it.
No problem. Who is your husband? Is it someone I know? Is that someone in the fish fam that I don't know is her husband?
I'm not sure.
Or is she just saying, don't tell my husband,
Right.
Either way, I get it.
Red Laser says, then you have trouble following the rules like me.
That's awesome. I can't believe you guys are sending me money. That's just, money. I understand that money's hard to come by. I get that. And just give it away to somebody so they can go have a good time is pretty amazing. I'm sick. That's the deal. I'm sick. I didn't want to get into it and make people all sad and shit, but I guess I might as well say I'm sick with COPD. 5 years ago, I was given 7 years to live. So I'm like on this 2-year crash course. I refuse to die in 2 years. That's not going to happen, but it is going to happen because I'm pretty sick. So that's cool. It's just that, and I'm perfectly fine with it. I am. I'm done. I'm tired. I get it. I'm okay. I'm okay with the whole thing, except for leaving my mom alone. That sucks. But the rest of it, I'm okay with. And the Triple Crown was my bucket list trip. That's what I was going to do. I was going to meet my friends that I love so much. Sorry. And couldn't do it. So the class trip is a big deal to me. And I really appreciate everyone donating. Thank you.
Oh.
Yeah. No biggie. I don't want people to be sad about it or anything. I mean, it's all good. We're all going to die. I could walk out tomorrow and get hit by a bus. So, and I know this. So there's no saying that that's going to kill me in 2 years. I might really walk out to the mailbox and get hit by an airplane. I mean, anything could happen. So, it's all good. I'm good. I'm just ready to meet my friends and, enjoy it.
And be happy.
So, yeah, man. Every minute that you can, you should be. And you should always tell everybody you love them. And I tell my mom, man, we tell each other we love each other. I know 100 times a day, and that's not an exaggeration. If she walks out of the room, I tell her I love her. I tell her thank you. I tell her I appreciate her every single time. Because if I were to drop dead or she was to drop dead, I want that to be the last thing I said to her, So, we've got a lot of love between the two of us in this house. I'm real close to my mom, so I'm real lucky that way, very, very lucky that way. She's a lovely, oh my God, she is, first of all, talk about a lady. She's not fussy, but she's a lady. She's elegant and lovely and sweet and kind and gentle. And, I really lucked out. Some people really have shitty parents, and I really got lucky. I had kind of a really harsh dad, but we straightened all that out like in my 30s, and then he died. But hey, we got it straightened out. That's the important part. I became an adult, and he mellowed out as he aged, and so that worked out pretty well. And we became really good friends. So I'm really grateful I had that time with my dad to get that straight. He died young. He died. Gosh, he was 57 when he died. He had an aneurysm back here in the house. He was back playing computer poker, and the dogs came running into the kitchen, and my mom knew something was wrong and went back and found him. So that's horrible. There was a only blizzard the state's ever seen, and I wasn't here. I was in Florida. It was awful. But then I moved out here and bought the house next door. So I wish I could have spent more time with my dad, but I was really grateful to be out here with my mom, so. And I was living next door in my house, me and Phil's house. After he died, though, I mean, I did go in the house, but I never spent another night there. I moved straight into my mom's. I couldn't stand to be there without him. So I held on to the house for like 10 years and shouldn't have. It just went to shit. But I should have sold it and just moved in here. And finally we decided it was so stupid. Our property connected, it was like, why are we paying $1,500 a year in tax on one house? And I don't know how much on this house, and then paying property tax. And why are we doing that? I'm over here all the time anyway. So I just moved over. I just said, why not? With the separate bedroom and the separate thing here, it makes it doable because anybody can drive you crazy if you live with them. I'm sure I drive her nuts, but luckily she's very patient. So
yeah,
sweetheart. Yeah.
we're lucky to live out here in the country. It's really nice. We've got beautiful sunsets every day, and I broke up a raccoon fight with my dogs the other night. It's always an adventure.
I almost had that a few months ago when Hippie John and Brennan and I were doing all of our late night streams.
Yeah.
It was we ended probably around 1 a.m. and we're hanging out after, and I was like, hold on, guys, I gotta let my dogs out. And all of a sudden, I hear my dogs start barking, and it's 1 a.m., so I have to go tell them to shut up. I walk out, and they've got a raccoon up on top of the wooden fence.
Oh,
and my
no.
husky is just like right underneath the fence, just like staring at him, and the raccoon's staring at him, and I'm like, Logan, get over here.
Yeah.
And he's a husky, so he's not listening to me.
Of course not.
But I can't go and I can't go grab him because the raccoon is like just above my head, and I was like, I can't get too close or else he's gonna jump at me. Like, I'm like, Logan, come here, get over here, get over here. And he's just like staring at the raccoon. I was like, oh my god, what do I do? Finally, I get him to kind of come close enough to me that I grab him without getting too close, and I drag him inside, and I sit back on the after stream with Brennan and Hippie John. I'm like, guys, I almost just got mauled by a raccoon because my stupid dog won't listen to me.
Well, see, I heard bloody murder out here. It was 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and just absolute bloody murder sounds I've never heard. It sounded like there was monsters out there. I could tell there was dogs involved, but I couldn't tell what else was going on. And it was Eddie and Cooper had a young raccoon, like a teenager raccoon. And we're destroying that thing. They were flopping it all over the place, and I got Cooper away from it, but I couldn't tell what they had because it was so dark right there in the yard. So I ran back in to get a flashlight, and of course they attacked it again. And I managed to get the dogs off of it, and it kind of rolled around in the grass for a minute and then got itself together and went up the tree. And he was there the next day. He didn't try to travel very far, but he was alive, and I'm sure he was injured, but he was okay. So I took a big handful of grapes and put them up in the tree for him. I broke a couple so he'd smell them, and that way he got a little sugar and a little water and a little, and that way, and that helped him. He ate them and he went on his way. So hopefully he's doing okay. Cooper had a little bit of blood on his lip, just a little tiny bit. So I think he punctured him or something. But the raccoon was able to climb the tree, and he was able to go away the next day. So.
Christopher, everyone's giving you so much love after you talked about your illness.
Thank y'all.
But Christopher says, Bunny Viper will talk more on email or privately, but I just wanted to let you know that I'm here for you, and I do appreciate you and love you very much. And I'm sorry to hear those sad words. Stay strong.
Nah, I'm good. Don't worry about it. I really am not depressed about it. I get up I went through a thing. I went through a thing for like a couple of months where I just laid there and was going to die. I was just ready to die when she said that. And I thought, you are going to talk yourself into dying. Stop it.
Yeah.
And then I found Fish Fam. So, y'all saved my life. I got back into fish keeping. I've done it all my life, off and on, if lifestyle allowed. And I got back into fish keeping because I thought I'm going to be laying here in bed for the rest of my life, because that's what I thought. I was very sick. And I wanted aquariums. I thought, if I can't go outside because it's too hot or it's too cold or blah, 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 and I can't breathe, I wanted some nature in here, some nice, calming, soothing things. So I set up one tank that turned into 5 tanks. It turned into 20 tanks at one point. And, and found Fish Fam. And that gave me a reason. Y'all give me a reason every day to get up, to be alive, to talk to my friends, to look at my fish, to take care of them. Got to get out of bed to take care of the fish. So it works out. And I'm, it's only improved my life. It's kind of like, a microscope. When someone, that you have a time limit, but you don't think about that. But when someone puts a time limit on you, and they can't know for sure, but my doctors are very smart, so I trust their, what they say. And when someone says that to you, it puts a fine point on things, and you start paying a lot more attention. You start enjoying life more. You start paying a lot more attention. It puts a fine point on what's important. you know, and to me, most important thing is cultivating these friendships, you know, because I mean, I love these people. I love them more than I loved my family, short of my mother. You know,
Mm-hmm.
I love them more than my own family. So they're family for real to me. That's, you know, I would do anything for anybody in here. You know, I would do anything I could to help them. And thank you, Christopher, for your kind words, honey. But don't fret. We can talk about whatever you want to talk about. I think other people get more sad about it than I do now. So, you know, if
Yep.
you want to talk about it, you just you write me and we'll talk about it. But I'm okay. I promise I am. I'm, you know, I'm happy and as healthy as I can be. And I started drinking milk and garlic. Ew.
No.
It's really good for your lungs. And I get bronchitis very easily. I get pneumonia very easily. I haven't had it for about 2 years. I got vaccinated against pneumonia and I get the flu shot all the time. But when I did get it, last time I think I got, or the time before, I got pleurisy, which is, I know y'all have heard that, but if you don't know what it is, it's your lungs encapsulate around fluid. So it becomes like a honeycomb full of fluid. And I had to go to a doctor where they sat me on a table and felt between my ribs and my back and put a big ass needle and they drew out over 2 liters. Now think about a 2 liter bottle of Coke or whatever. They pulled
Mm-hmm.
out over 2 liters out of my lungs. Your lungs are not
Yep.
as big as you think they are. You know, you think they're down to the bottom of your rib cages. They're not, you know, they're short little suckers. So that's a lot of fluid. And I just let myself get too sick. I didn't realize how sick I was. I just thought I had really bad pneumonia, you know. And
Yeah.
I had, when I was a kid, I got spinal meningitis when I was a teenager, and that kind of messes up your immune system somehow. You know, it weakens you some kind of way. I've been
Mm-hmm.
healthy most of my life, so you know, whatever. I'm good. I'm happy and good. I love my fish fans. That's all I need.
I gotta leave for a second. The dogs want to go outside,
Okay,
so
go
I will
ahead.
be right back. Sorry to leave you.
Okay. Oh, no problem.
You guys need to go outside? Oh my god.
If anybody wants an intermission, now's the time because I'm boring. But golly, thanks for sticking with us all this time. Y'all have just hung out and hung out and hung out and hung out. I guess y'all don't have to work tomorrow, huh? Or Mark, it's still early evening, isn't it, Mark? I want to visit Australia so bad, and I know people live there, but I'm terrified of everything over there. The flies bite you and kill you, so I'm kind of like, ah. And I always wanted to go to New Zealand. Where would y'all go if money were no object and time were no object? You could just afford to live wherever you wanted and do whatever you wanted. Where would you go and what would you do? I'd probably want to see a lot of things. Like, I would love to go to New Zealand. I would love to go to Japan. I would go back to the Netherlands. I really enjoyed the Netherlands. That was cool. I lived there when I was 17, 18 years old. My dad was in the army, and I went over and stayed for a while with them just to check it out. It was great. I went to Amsterdam one weekend. I saw the red light district and all the little hoochie mamas. And I saw, and I've smoked hash in the hash bars. That's really cool. You go in, it's like Burger King. They have these booths, and you sit down, and the guy who works there, this is his job. All day long, he goes around, sells you hash, and sits there and smokes with you. That's part of the deal. When you buy something, you share with them. So he just gets to, you know, smoke all day. And they bring in a tackle box and open the tackle box, and it's got, you know, just all kinds of everything in it, and it's really awesome. We were talking about, or I'm talking about going to the Netherlands. I asked people
Ooh.
if money were no object and they could go anywhere and do anything, where would they want to live and what would they want to do? What would you do?
I'd probably want to go to Ireland.
Oh yeah, that'd be
Mm-hmm.
great. All that rolling green. Of course you would.
Yep.
Of course you would. Sure.
I don't
Oh,
even
I know.
mind. I've heard that it rains all the time, but I don't mind that. But just, yeah, I would love it so much.
Yeah, the Netherlands rained all the time, and so you kind of ran around a little bit depressed. But
Yeah.
they have a system where basically they pay you not to work. So most people did not work. And then, I mean, some people held jobs, obviously, but a lot of people opted not to work and get that paycheck anyway. And then they'd find a side hustle. You know, there was a lot of hustling going on. I was, when I was young, Revlon used to run a competition. Maybe you remember the little entry forms by the makeup, you know, the most unforgettable women in the world wear Revlon. That was the contest. And I was living in the Netherlands and had a friend mail me an entry form. And I entered it, and damned if I didn't win for my state. I won for the state of Louisiana. You had to write an essay and send in pictures. The pictures, and this was the point of the story, was they were done by a photographer for Dutch Playboy that was a friend of my boyfriend's. And the photographer collected antique metal military vehicles. And my boyfriend could hustle and get all that stuff. So he got a big collection of those and took it to the photographer as payment to do my pictures for Revlon. And even though he was Dutch Playboy, we didn't do nudes or anything. It's just, he just happened to be a really good photographer. We did a face, a profile, and a full length. And it was awesome. It was so awesome. I didn't go any farther than that, but it was pretty neat to be named for the state. You know, and everybody hustles over there. Everybody's got a side job and they collect weird things. A lot of Nazi memorabilia collectors over there, you know, because I guess they're close and there's lots of that stuff around. So my dad was into military history and guns, and, you know, he was a gun dealer at one point, a licensed gun dealer at one point. Yeah. My dad did a lot of cool stuff, but he was career Army. So I've lived in every state south of the Mason-Dixon line. And I haven't been up north too much. I haven't been up north, but I've been in a lot of airports, including Germany. So
I've been to Germany. Yep.
Oh, that's cool.
I did the exchange program in high school.
Really? How was that?
It was so much fun. I was there for 6 weeks.
Nice.
It was so much fun.
How old were you?
I was 17.
Oh,
yeah.
Nice. That's great.
So I could buy beer, because you can buy beer at 16. But I'm not a beer drinker. But I was hanging out with other people that were above 18, and in Germany, when you're 18, you can buy hard liquor. So they were getting the vodka and everything, and that was the first time I ever got drunk. Was in Germany with a bunch of Germans.
Hey, on German beer, you can't beat that story. That's awesome.
So it was vodka and orange Fanta. I could not drink orange Fanta for years after that.
I bet, man. Vodka is so nasty. Oh, so nasty.
I like vodka now. It's one of the only things I can take shots of.
Gross.
So I don't know if anybody noticed, but whenever I was at the Crown, if you saw me pinch myself, it was a trick I learned from the Germans. So if you think you drank too much, you pinch, and if you can still feel it, you're fine. But if you can't feel it, you're on the verge of alcohol poisoning, and you should stop.
You know, when I was never a big drinker. I would drink on my birthday and I would drink on New Year's, and I would drink until my nose got numb. When my nose got numb, that was perfect. I was nice and buzzed and comfortable, but I wasn't drunk, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it's never appealed to me, alcohol, and maybe because I've got a lot of alcoholics in my family, and uncles and grandpas and stuff, and I was not impressed growing up with them grabbing me and going, "Hey, come sit on my lap," and they reeked of beer, and they were drunk, and I just, no, thank you. So even like my husband, I told him, you can drink all the beer you want as long as you're not a sloppy drunk. You know, don't go out and do it. Please do it at home with your friends. That's fine. Have a party, but please stay home with it. And also don't expect me to kiss you if you've been drinking beer, because I'm not going to do it. I don't like the smell of it. It brings back too many bad memories. And I never liked beer anyway. Beer's nasty to me.
Same. Yeah, I don't drink beer.
I like girly drinks. Like, I love slippery nipples. Go ahead and insert joke there. But I love slippery nipples, which is Bailey's Irish Cream floated on top of Sambuca. And that is really good. I like White Russians, but since I don't like vodka that much, it's pretty much Kahlua and cream now. I used to ask them to do a half shot, put a half shot in there. They're like, how do I charge you for that? I'm like, either charge me for the whole thing, or, charge me time and a half for two of them. I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, just charge me the whole thing. I'll pay for it. I just want less liquor.
Zen's asking, what's that thing that occasionally looks like a flower in Bunny's hair? Are those plushy goldfish?
Yes, they
So,
are. Oh, wait.
oh, okay.
Yeah. It's 2 plushy goldfish, which I went ahead and entered for the second one because I had just had to put down my goldfish and it broke my heart. So I wanted a pair and I won 2. So I've got 2 goldfish.
Yeah.
I've got both the glow plecos, a green one and a blue one, and I've got a teeny little Cory.
Aw.
Talking about giving away these little Corys
Mm-hmm.
today, and this is him.
Oh.
He's got little bristles on his mouth and everything. So cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're little. They're little bitty guys. Oh, that's not it. Yeah. Yep. Uh-oh. That didn't work. Here we go.
So I think we're going to go for another 10 minutes, and I think I'm going to call it.
Okay.
It's getting pretty late, and I do have an appointment today at 12:30.
I have one at 2:00 that I forgot all
I got to
about,
be coherent
so.
for that.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I've got to do my phone. I keep having problems with my phone, and because I don't have Wi-Fi. Well, now there's a senior technical issue. I don't know, but like my pictures and my videos will not upload to iCloud, and part of that's Wi-Fi, but part of it's an issue on my phone. So I've been back and forth at McDonald's using their Wi-Fi to try to fix it. And what I have to do is tomorrow I have to go at 2. They're going to run some kind of program, and then the next day I have to go somewhere where there's a computer to hook up my phone for them to do something to it 24 hours later, which I don't understand because this guy can remotely put a red arrow on my screen and draw it around and tell me what to push and what to do. And, and I'm like, you can do all that. Why do I have to hook up to a computer for anything? Well, we just need you to hook it up to a computer so we can blah, blah, blah. I'm like, okay. So I've got to try to take it to the library, and I guess I need a lightning cable. I don't know. I've never gone to the library and used their computer, so hopefully they're open Friday at 2, because if they're not, I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
I won't get this fixed. I'm trying to get the photos and the videos off so I have the memory on my phone for the clash, so I can shoot video. And it got to the point it wouldn't let me take another picture or shoot another video. But I had 10,000 pictures and 7,000 videos, and literally that many. So my phone is full now. I'm trying to make some room, but I can't get the pictures off. So I can only delete, and you really want time, so you have to take out all your videos, and I don't want to delete them. I want them to go to the iCloud that I'm paying for, so I bought 2 terabytes of storage now, and I get pissed every time I try to do something with my pictures and it tells me I don't have enough storage, because I'm like, I certainly do have enough storage.
Right.
Yeah, so that's what we're trying to work out. It's a pain. We just got to get Wi-Fi in the house. That's all. Make everything easier. I found out I have an iPhone 13. I thought it was an 11. I don't know. And the guy's like, that's a 13. And I'm like, it can't be a 13. I bought an 11. And he's like, well, look at this and look at that and tell me what it says. And I'm like, and he could see what it said. So it said 13. That's the model. I'm like, okay. I wanted an 11 Pro because it had more it had an extra lens. And it had, more capability. So because I use my phone as, a camera, that's what I use it for. I wanted more storage, but I guess we probably went up to the next one, and or the next 2, and I just didn't realize it,
Mm-hmm.
I have a big fat book, and I have a book for little old ladies for iPhones, and then I've got a big fat one that tells you everything. This guy writes these manuals for phones and other stuff that doesn't come with manuals.
Right.
I've just yet to read the entire book, and I need to, because they're expensive phones. So it's like, I knew that when I bought it, I will not be trading it in every 2 years. I will not be, I made the investment, and it's the investment. This is now my phone for the rest of my life, probably. So, but considering they're computers now, Crazy.
Yeah, I know.
I can
Little
still
pocket
remember
computers.
rotary dial-up, 0, 4, 2. Took forever. So what are you going to do when you get off of here? I'm going to eat. What you doing, Gina? Did you freeze? Oh,
No, I don't think so.
no,
Sorry.
you didn't. No, you didn't. You were just really still. I just thought you froze for a second.
Nope, I'm good.
Cool.
Oh, who's bringing up food again?
Me,
Oh, okay.
steak and potatoes.
Steak and potatoes.
Oh, yeah. I'm going to go load that potato up and eat that steak. Oh, my goodness. I guess I'm having it for breakfast really early.
Yes. I'm probably gonna, I don't know, I might snack on something before I go to bed. Take my meds,
Yeah.
drink some water, go to bed.
Yeah. Excellent. Yep. I'm sure my fish will appreciate their light being off. What's funny is these rainbow fish, the first night, I've got the blue light and I don't like running it all the time. I don't do it because I don't know what it actually does to the fish or how it is for them. So, I've read things that's not good for them. I've read things that doesn't matter. I mean, who knows? So I'll put it on sometimes. I've got it on 3 different tanks and I kind of swap them around. And this one, the first night that I turned the light off, in the click that it took to turn the light off and turn the blue one on, damn mouse, they had freaked out. Those rainbow fish just absolutely freaked out.
Aw.
And we're all over the place. I'm like, dude, it's just dark. Relax. Didn't you have darkness where you lived before? I put them in their tank real early so that they had all day to adjust to it and get used to their friends and all that. And they also mainly hang out at one end of the tank. I don't know why that is, but they might do it because it's near the filter. There's maybe more flow. Maybe that's what they like. I don't know.
Right.
If I do
Yeah,
something with
Mark's calling me out. He's like, Gina zoned out for a bit. Yep, I sure did.
Gina's tired. It's 4 something in the morning.
It is.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's 4 a.m. Well, 3 minutes till, but yeah, 2 minutes till now.
Oh yeah. See, I'm sitting here looking at the how long we've been live and thinking that we've got I'm thinking it's 4:18 in the morning, and that's just how long we've been going. So
Yeah.
I can't believe we went 4.5 hours almost. That's crazy.
I can believe it. I knew we were gonna be up late. Christopher says good night, Gina's Reef, and tell Bunny good night and sweet dreams for me, and I'll message her later. Thank you. Peace, everyone.
Good night, sweetheart. Sleep well. We'll talk soon.
Ed says, oh man, I should be sleeping. I think we should all be sleeping. Well, except for Mark.
Yeah,
Mark's the only one allowed up.
Mark could have an early evening nap.
Yep. Zen says, yes, you should, Ed. Should be sleeping.
Go to bed, Edward. Sorry.
We got about a minute left, so
okay.
I guess this is where we start saying goodbyes.
Okay.
Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us.
Thank you so much, and thank you for donating to the Clash. I just don't even know what to say about that, but thank you from the bottom of my heart. And thank you for hosting me. Thank you for having me for my birthday.
I had fun.
Me too. I had a blast.
We should have more nightly hangouts.
Yeah, we'll have to do it again for sure. Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah. We'll get crazy.
Yes.
We owe these people some action. That's funny.
Ed says, happy birthday. You're the best.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Look. He made my bunny viper sign. Did you know that? He invented this is the bunny and that's the viper. Bunny viper, bunny viper. I think that's so funny. I mean, who else could come up with that but Ed? That's so cool. I love it. It's like my bat signal.
Ed says, thanks, Gina, for the stream. You're welcome. Red Laser
Yeah.
says, Gina, buffering. I can tell you're going to have a really good sleep. I'm either going to have a good sleep or a terrible sleep. It's one of the two.
You're going to sleep great. You're going to sleep like a rock.
Yeah. Zenny says, to the birthday girl and Gina, bye.
Bye. Bye.
Yeah. Night, my fishy friend, says Ed. But
Good
yeah,
night,
all right.
Ed.
It is 4 o'clock now, so I think we're going to call it. So
All right.
thank you, everybody.
4 hours and 20 minutes in. That's pretty funny. We're quitting at 4:20.
4:20.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah. All right.
Y'all.
Thank you, everybody, for the birthday presents for Bunny and for hanging out with us. We're still at 18 people. I don't think we went under 10 people the whole night, so that's pretty awesome.
Crazy.
So,
What was
yeah.
our most? Do you know how much the?
I think it was up to like 40 when we
Wow.
first started, before everybody went to bed.
Hey, that's
Oh.
awesome. That's 40 people came to my birthday party. I'm thrilled.
Yes.
That's awesome.
Yes.
Cool.
So yeah, subscribe to Bunny if you're not already.
Subscribe
she
to
does shorts
Gina.
and subscribe to me for more late night shenanigans.
Always.
Yep. All right. Thank you, everybody. Sleep good.
Thank you, Gina.
See you next time.
Bye.
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 My phone's gonna be slow. Awkward after by awkwardness.